presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Minnesota.
Driven to deep right center field. This is back. Gone. A home run for Brian Dozier. And the Twins take a 4-2 lead.
Dozier delivered on Saturday, and the celebration was on. He hopes to repeat that feat this afternoon. Bryant's 7th home run of the season extended his hitting streak to 8 games, his longest this year. Picture-perfect Sunday afternoon for baseball at Target Field, where the division-leading Twins try to secure a series win in the rubber match against the Rays. There are veteran right-handers on the hill today. Kyle Gibson returns after recording his first win of the season, well aware of the importance of this start. Alex Cobb, 4-4 this year, beat the Twins in his only previous start against them in 2014. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by State Farm. Important afternoon ahead for the Twins today, who have the opportunity to take this series from the Rays after Brian Dozier beat them yesterday. Tim Laudner, Dozier ahead of the curve at the plate right now on this 8-game hitting streak, really doing some damage.
He certainly is. Last year was not a very good April and May for Brian Dozier. He had similar numbers that were just a couple of weeks ago, but since then he has taken off, and he has taken off by hitting the ball the other way. When Brian hits the ball the other way, that sets up for pitchers to try to pitch him inside, and when he does not try to hit home runs is when Brian Dozier hits home runs. Not expecting Brian to hit 42 home runs from now to the end of the season, but if Brian increases his consistency level, his on-base production, he will do more damage to opposing pitchers than if he hit 42 home runs. We're going to look for Brian Dozier to continue to swing a hot bat, continue to hit the ball the other way, continue to stay on pitches, continue to get on base, and do some damage and to help his ball club win ball games.
Dozier well ahead in every meaningful category at the plate, including home runs so far this season. Let's join Kevin Gorg standing by with Brian Dozier.
All right, Brian, let's revisit yesterday, because your team had numerous chances middle of the game into the late stages to take the lead and had missed those opportunities. 2 outs, runner on third. What's the approach when you walk into that batter's box?
Well, yeah, we did have a lot of opportunities yesterday. It's kind of one of those games where you kind of look up and after the game, and anything could have happened to kind of bust the game wide open, and we failed to do that. But good teams still stick around to find ways to win games and manufacture runs late in the game, and we did that. Even though it was the home run or whatever, we still got a guy on leadoff wall. We got him over into scoring position with a base hit, with a sacrifice bunt. But all in all, that's what good teams do when we find a way to win a game.
Much has been made throughout your career about how much you like to pull the baseball, and you've had a lot of success going to left field, but yesterday's home run is another sign that you're able to take the ball with power the opposite way. How much work have you done behind the scenes to make that happen?
Well, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you never lose your strength, and you know, I like pulling the ball. I think everyone knows that around the league, but also at the same time, you got to take what the game's giving you. At this park, going oppo isn't the most ideal situation for a home run. I've seen a lot of those. I've hit pretty well, kind of the net kind of gobble up sometimes. But at the same time, you always got to take what the game gives you. And I knew he wasn't going to challenge me inside, and he wanted to stay away. And a single would have done the job, but it got up in the wind on a day game at Target Field. The ball kind of flies, so it was a good time.
When you first start in this league, it's such a grind. 162 games, there's ups, there's downs. You're feeling good some days, you're not feeling good the others. But when you have these really good streaks, in the last 8 games, you've had a lot of hits and a lot of big hits like yesterday. What have you learned now as a veteran player on how to ride the wave when things are going well?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. You got to ride the wave in this game. And it's the same thing I tell these young guys. You know, especially early on, you want to get off to good starts and have your stats where they need to be and all that kind of stuff. But a long time ago, a guy by the name of Dustin Pedroia told me, he said, once you kind of quote unquote figure it out, the stats will always be there. That stuff will always take care of itself. If you come to the ballpark trying to win a baseball game and do whatever the game gives you that day, whether it be 0 for 4 and just play good defense, or whether it be move a couple of guys, the stats will be there, but you find a way to win a game, and if you come to the ballpark preparing yourself to win and do those little things, everything else takes care of itself. So.
Well, sure been fun to watch, specifically this season. Continued good luck today.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Ken.
Brian Dozier, so important for the Minnesota Twins, the defense, the offense, and certainly one of the leaders behind the scenes. When we come back and get you ready for first pitch, we talk about another area that's helping the Twins to great success. Dick Bramer and Jack Morris take you through the Twins bullpen, a real source of success in games like yesterday.
This afternoon in the series finale, Kyle Gibson will make the start for the Twins, hoping to put together his best start of the 2017 season as the Twins hope to win this series. We welcome you to Target Field. Another beautiful day for baseball. Dick Bramer along with Jack Morris, and the Twins are in position to extend their first place lead in the American League Central, win this series. And the starting pitchers certainly have done a good job, but the bullpen has kind of taken center stage lately. Yeah, and more than likely they're going to be involved in today's game. The bullpen is just outstanding over the last several games. You see in the last 15 games, a very small 2.2 ERA and 49 innings pitched. Opponent's batting average just 200 and 6 saves, 9 holds. So bullpen has really stepped it up. I think the fact that they are rested, knowing their roles, has really helped them. But there's also some charisma going down in there, kind of challenging each other to top each other. It's kind of fun. In Kyle Gibson's major league career, he's been a very inconsistent starting pitcher. The good part of that is he can turn things around and start pitching well again. We'll see whether he has a good one this afternoon against the Rays. in first place, you can have a little fun in the dugout. Sano not in the starting lineup today, and he woke up Neil Allen if he wasn't already awake. Corey Dickerson to lead things off for game 3. And Kyle Gibson delivers a first pitch strike. That'll be the key for Gibson to throw first pitch strikes. He's not done a good job of that this year, and the record, the numbers posted there reflect that. 0-1 to Dickerson. To right field. Back is Kepler. 1 away. Check out the Menards batting order for the Rays. They're back to the 500 mark for the 16th time this year. Corey Dickerson, Kevin Kiermaier, Evan Longoria, Logan Morrison, Steven Souza Jr., Colby Rasmus, Tim Beckham, Michael Martinez, and Jesus Sucre.
There's manager Kevin Nash. He is Kevin Cash. Nash Cash. It's kind of all the same, isn't it? Kevin.
Well, but now Johnny Nash and Johnny Cash are two entirely different musicians.
They are. And I shouldn't even have said such silliness on this Sunday, but I'm still thinking about that snake.
Yeah? I'm not a snake fan. How about you?
No. They're creepy.
1-0 to Kevin Kiermaier with one quick out here in the first inning. Johnny Nash, I can see clearly now. Johnny Cash, decades worth of hits. There's a big difference there.
There is.
2-0 to Kiermaier. Longoria will follow. That's a fair ball. And the carom bouncing to Kepler. Kiermaier trying for second. Here's the throw. Little bit off target. And he's safe. Kiermaier taking a chance on Kepler's arm in right, and it's a 1-out double.
Well, Kyle Gibson almost got a break there. Second ball hit fairly hard. This one gets by Joe Mauer at first base right down the line, but it's going to carry him off the wall there and ricochet back towards Max Kepler. And you could see that Kiermaier was going to go right away. As soon as he came approaching first base, he had second base on his mind. But Max Kepler might have had a play had he been able to throw it to the first base side of second base.
Here is Evan Longoria. Longoria's numbers a little more modest than they will be when the Twins go to St. Petersburg later this season, at least in terms of batting average. Still on a pace to hit over 20 home runs. This is a Tampa Bay team, and there's another first pitch ball. It's a Tampa Bay team that has some offensive issues, and the one thing they do well is hit home runs. They got all their runs here on Friday night on home runs. And 1 through 9 they have power threats in their usual daily lineup outside 2-0.
I was talking with Paul Molitor today about the matchup for Kyle Gibson and the fact that Tampa has evolved into a different type of team than they've been over the years. A lot more power, and a lot of the guys Paul was saying have uppercut swings, which doesn't really bode well for a guy that's trying to keep the ball down like a sinker ball pitcher.
And Gibson pitching Longoria carefully. A breaking ball on 2-0 missing. It's 3-0. First base open. Morrison on deck. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Three amigos back together again. Rosario, Buxton, Kepler in the outfield. Escobar in at third for Sano. Polanco, Dozier up the middle. Mauer at first. Castro catching. See what Gibson does here on 3-0 to Longoria. On the outside corner.
Well, Kyle already working out of the stretch here early in the ball game. There is a base open, but you got a power hitter on deck. Logan Morrison had a home run in the first game of the series.
Morrison's 0 for 6 in his matchups with Gibson, but you don't want to have that big at bat this early in the ball game. And there's ball 4. There'll be 2 aboard for Morrison with 1 out. strike percentage has been an issue for Gibson. We told you about the first pitch strikes. He's thrown 10 pitches and only 4 strikes here in the first inning. This is a guy that never had problems throwing strikes. Didn't have a good year last year by any means. But if last year was a step backward for Gibson, this year's been a huge leap backward. And the Twins can't seem to figure out why.
Well, I think it's confidence is what it is. The more you go out and have success, the more you're willing to attack the strike zone, put the balls in play, let your defense be a part of the game. And the more that you struggle and give up hits early and walks early, you're going to be tentative out there.
Nubbed foul.
Kyle changing speeds right there. Not a bad idea. Morrison kind of sitting dead red and way out in front of that first pitch.
There aren't many numbers this year that have been good or encouraging for Gibson, but here's one. 32 and 2/3 innings. He has gotten 4 ground ball double plays. He still has the sinking fastball as his bread and butter pitch. And he'd like to throw a good one here and maybe get out of this first inning. Up high.
Well, they've got the shift on to the right side for Morrison. Esquire, the lone defender on the left side of the infield. And sometimes when the shift is on, it creates a little bit of non-rhythm for the middle infielders to produce a double play. They're not in their normal positions.
On the right field line, it's foul, and it's 1-2. Morrison, pull hitter, just 3 hits. 3 of his 40 hits have been to left field.
Well, Kyle working ahead here, so now he has the luxury of maybe trying to get him chased for that sinker down the zone, but he's got to put it over the plate. He can't throw it off the plate that much. That's where he gets in trouble. He's always trying to nibble on corners, and he needs to figure out a way to keep the ball over the plate and then sink it.
Breaking ball down and in. Yeah, how many times this year have we seen counts like this? 1 and 2, a pitcher's count, and then you look up 2 pitches later and it's 3 and 2.
It's back into a full count, and that's the whole point. I always look at it this way: you get 1 pitch to try to trick him, and then you've just got to make your pitch again. You know, and even then, when things are going well, there is no tricking them. It's still attack. Make them be on the defense by putting the ball over the plate, and they have to protect. You've got 2 strikes.
And here you go, 3 and 2. Steven Souza Jr. on deck. 15 pitches, 6 strikes for Gibson.
And this has just been part of Kyle's issue this year, is so many pitches early in the game. He has yet to complete more than 5 1/3 innings in any of his starts this year.
Big pitch here in the first inning. Runners go. Hit foul. At least the front runner went, and then tentatively Longoria started going towards second base. So on a 3-2 pitch with 1 down, Kiermaier took off for third base.
Well, he's the one guy in their lineup that has a little speed, and 9 stolen bases coming in today's game. And he will try to get a jump here. Obviously, that was going to be the element to surprise. He knows that Polanco is playing sort of behind him. So if he can get as much of a lead as Polanco is away from the bag, you've only got the 1 defender on the third base side.
So another 3-2 pitch, another big pitch for Gibson. Already 17th pitch of the first inning. He got the first out of the inning, the only out so far, on the second pitch. No swing, and a walk will load the bases. A check swing by Morrison, and they're full for Souza. In Gibson's last start, he got the win, giving up 6 earned runs in 5 innings. Here's the pitch by pitch.
Well, he gets ahead with a breaking ball, and then he throws a wasted fastball up. Another ball in that Morrison missed, and then here we go again.
Where's the sinker?
All the balls off the plate.
There's
the sinker, but he didn't chase. And he needed to do that when he had 2 strikes earlier in the count. But you were saying about his last start, Dick?
Yes, he gave up 6 earned runs. His ERA actually went up. He gave up a 5-run second inning. All the runs were in an inning that started kind of like this one has. You know, bases loaded, now 1 down, and a dangerous hitter in Souza at the plate, and Gibson falls behind 1-0. And there's the inside corner, 1-1.
Well, that was the first pitch that Kyle actually attacked. He threw the ball. It was a fastball situation, and look at the sink that he had. Let's take a look at the last pitch. He goes right after him, inside corner, and ball had some good movement. Nobody going to hit that pitch right there. That is an outstanding pitch, and that's where Kyle needs to start more of his hitters off with.
No breaking ball, and it's 2-1. James Hoy calling balls and strikes. Mostly balls so far. Dana DeMuth at first, Chris Guccione at second, Carlos Torres at third. 2-1 to Souza. Loop toward Dozier, and Dozier can't make the play. A run will score. They get a force at second, because it looked for a while as if Dozier would be able to make that catch. The runner at first, Morrison, couldn't get a good break, so not a single, but an RBI and a fielder's choice.
Well, let's look at the pitch by pitch. Breaking ball off the plate. Then he comes back with a good sinking fastball. Throws another breaking ball off the plate. Fastball in. And he actually jammed him a little bit. Trouble is, the ball was up just enough that he's able to fight it off and lift it over Brian Dozier. And that produces the first run of the game for Tampa.
First and third, 2 down. Potentially a break for Gibson, able to get the second out of the inning on that soft line drive. And here's Colby Rasmus, who homered in the 9th inning last night against Brandon Kinsler. Strike 1. Sixth batter to bat here in the first inning. On the ground, and Dozier can't make a play on that, and Longoria will score, and it's a 2-run inning. An RBI single for Rasmus.
And already one of the base on balls that Kyle Gibson allowed has come in to score. So it doesn't matter, kids that are listening, whether it's early, late, mid game. It seems like anytime you walk guys, something bad will happen.
2 on, 2 in, 2 out. Beckham, the batter. This is Gibson's 8th start. In the 7 prior starts this year, the Twins have actually won 3 of the ball games, but in each case they won in spite of Gibson's pitching rather than because of it. And at some point, we're talking about Gibson's inconsistency. The only silver lining in being an inconsistent pitcher is you occasionally, sometimes even regularly, pitch a good one, but you can't maintain that. So far, he's been consistent, as you pointed out before the game, just not in the right direction.
Right, and it's a case where, if you really take a look at it, Gibby came back. He won his first game last time. The Twins really did him a great job of scoring runs after giving up the 6. And then he pitched a 5th inning that you had some hope. He struck out the side after they got him a lead. It was all good. He gets the win. But the real world would tell you that Kyle Gibson maybe shouldn't have been pitching that game. The Twins are in a situation where they just don't have any depth in the starting rotation. With Phil Hughes going down, they have no alternative to make Kyle their pitcher right now. So he's pitching not only the game in Baltimore, but this game and maybe a few more, because there's nobody in AAA right now that can take his place.
Big pickup by Escobar at third, a sensational play. And eventually Beckham is called out. He acrobatically, I think, reached first base safely, but then overran the bag. That's a big play early in this game. That looked like a double and would have scored 2, and instead Escobar turns it into the 3rd out. The Twins, they have been a very resilient bunch so far this year. Half their wins this year have been in games where they trail, and very often trailed early. The Menards batting order: Brian Dozier, Jorge Polanco, Joe Mauer, Kenny Vargas, Max Kepler, Eduardo Escobar, Eddie Rosario, Byron Buxton, and Jason Castro.
And the Twins will be facing the right-hander Alex Cobb. He's a veteran, making his 11th start. Since having Tommy John surgery, he has yielded 4 runs or more in 8 of his 15 starts. So he's a guy that knows how to pitch. He's spent a lot of time in the last few years on the disabled list, not being healthy all year long.
Northland 4 defense for the Rays. Rasmussen in left, Kiermaier in center, Souza in right, Longoria, Beckham, Martinez, Morris in the infielders, Jesus Sucre behind the plate, and Cobb is ready to go with a 2-0 lead. Strike on the outside corner. Now, Cobb's last start was an interesting one in that he gave up home runs to the first 2 batters he faced. Cameron Maybin and Mike Trout made it 2-0 as Cobb was trying to get his feet on the ground. Strike 2 on the outside corner. That ever happened to you where you gave up not just a leadoff home run, but home runs to the first 2 guys?
You know, I don't remember that. I know I gave up a lot of leadoff home runs. That would make me cry, I think. 2 in a row?
Dozier taps it foul to stay alive.
Let's take a look at the pitching arsenal for Alex Cobb. 48% fastballs. He's thrown more fastballs and curveballs now than he did prior to the Tommy John surgery. The splitter, or his changeup, is the one pitch that he's thrown less since having that surgery.
You say he's just had a hard time getting a feel for it. And another one beaten foul, and that stung Sucre. Very deliberate pitcher out there, particularly with men on base.
And he's doing something that I haven't, at least I don't remember him doing, is when he's in his delivery, he comes to his set position with his hands, but his pickup leg, his left leg, starts kind of pointing out a little bit towards third base, and he falls back a little bit with his upper body. Let's watch it here. See how he falls back there? That's not exactly a good balance point. I always have told young pitchers that are trying to get a feel for what the art of pitching is to get that waist bent slightly, because you have a better balance when your body's slightly over your foot versus being back off your heel a little bit.
1-2 to Dozier. And Dozier on a breaking ball swings and misses one down. And that'll bring up Jorge Polanco.
Well, he goes to what I think is the splitter here. Ball really breaks down at the end, out of the zone, but when you're ahead in the count, and that's what we're trying to talk about with Kyle Gibson, then you throw a pitch over the plate, and hitters are going to be more aggressive and chase.
Infielders shift over to the right side now with Polanco at the plate. Didn't play in the ball game yesterday. Ray Adrianza had another steady game at the plate and in the field. And there's a fastball, 91 for a strike.
It's been a while since Jorge has been hitting the top of the lineup here. He's getting a chance today.
To the backstop, 1-1. Cobb too are showing his delivery when he picks up his left leg. He doesn't bend it right away. It's a stiff leg raise, which is kind of peculiar. One and one to the Twins shortstop. Now 2-1.
Very unique delivery. He, like you just mentioned, Dick, he lifts his leg straight up, then he does kind of a kick, and gotta have strong abs for that right there. See, there's the kick. He bends back a little bit and pretty straight up and down. Doesn't have a lot of follow through towards the glove. His body's pretty much standing straight up.
Now 3-1. A lot of the components in his delivery we see regularly in the fantasy camp without any of the athletic ability, but raising the left leg and it's stiff, but because you can't bend it anymore. 3-1. Rifled up the middle, a base hit. Polanco got into a favorable count and then whistled a single to center field.
Well, that's just it. He got ahead in the count himself and gets a fastball because it's a fastball situation.
That'll bring up Joe Mauer, who traditionally has done very well against the Rays.
Well, there it is right there. Longest streak of any players. Joe Mauer amongst them, 22 games versus the Tampa Bay Rays, where he has reached base. 35 games in a row from Miguel Cabrera against the Rangers.
During that streak, the Rangers have had some pretty good pitching staffs too. Here's Mauer with Polanco aboard. Strike over the inside corner. The fastball, and we've seen, well, we saw what, 98 from Archer a few times here on Friday. Mid-90s yesterday from Odorizzi, and this guy does not have that type of fastball.
Well, they've got some pretty power arms in the bullpen too. Jose Alvarado yesterday throwing 100 mile an hour from the left side.
And strike two, so he got ahead of Dozier quickly. Now he's ahead of Mauer.
Talking to Paul this morning, he was saying that he was going to try to figure out which day, today or tomorrow, that he was going to give Joe Mauer a day off. The day games back to back to back, and apparently it's going to be tomorrow. But Joe has been doing a very, very good job, and I think Paul's doing a good job of knowing how much and when to rest him.
And it would be easier to pick those days if the Twins had run into any left-handed starting pitching, but just once since May 11th have they faced a lefty. I'm looking ahead now. The Astros are going to have Peacock, Morton, and Musgrove. They're all right-handers. And then Paul told me yesterday, even in the Anaheim series, 4-game series, it's set up to be all righties.
Yeah, and we were talking about his issue with Kenny Vargas, Robbie Grossman, trying to get all these guys in, and he says, we're seeing so many right-handers, we just have to go anyway and alternate guys just to keep them fresh.
And when's the last time the Twins had this many switch hitters in the lineup today? Vargas and Escobar and Polanco with Adrianza and Grossman on the bench. All right, so that's 5 switch hitters on your roster, and if you only see one side pitching, it's got to be tough to stay sharp on the other side.
And that's where, especially with Kenny Vargas, it's the issue that he's wanting him to get more at bats right-handed, but we're not seeing any left-handed pitchers. So you know, the numbers are what they are, and Paul's just grateful he's got guys that can go from both sides. He says it makes it easier for him.
1-2.
And then you have a guy like Joe. It doesn't matter, you know, if it's righty lefty. He's been pretty solid over his career at being able to handle either side pitcher. With this current streak, Paul just admitted he's doing what Joe's always done, and getting deep into counts. He'll walk, you know, if the pitcher allows him to, he'll take the walk. And he's still being able to drive the ball pretty well, especially in this last streak of his. A lot of balls that he's hitting have been hit very hard, even some of the outs.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably recorded more well hit outs than anybody on the team. 1-2. Two and two. And we still see glimpses of some of the younger players, and Miguel Sano's going through a streak like that now, where some of the at-bats are very quick and not very well put together. And you know, this guy's a marvel, Joe Mauer is, in that he, year in and year out, game in and game out, he gives the Twins their best at-bats consistently.
Well, he's probably the most comfortable of any Twin hitting with 2 strikes.
Polanco got a great jump from first, but he'll go back after the foul ball.
The fact that Joe is very comfortable hitting with 2 strikes, that's why he goes deeper into counts. A lot of younger hitters, they see that first pitch they like, and they're going to take a hack at it. Joe will let it go by. He will make that pitcher earn the at-bat by forcing him to throw 3 pitches in the strike zone.
Twins trying to respond after the Rays struck for 2 in the top of the first. And we see it now. Cobb very deliberate. He also has a very good pickoff move. He's got 4 pickoffs this year. Drill to left, a base hit. Polanco will round second and head to third. And the throw is not in time. Aggressive base running by Polanco. And Kevin Cash may want to take a look at it.
A pretty good effort for left fielder Colby Rasmus there. He had to go to his left, and he's a left-handed throwing outfielder, so he had to throw it across his body. He makes a very accurate throw. Longoria is there where he's supposed to be. Let's watch it unfold here. Joe hits the ball sharply to left. You see Rasmus going to his left. He comes up, and now Polanco, as he rounds second base, he's going to make a decision to go for it. The throw actually beats him there, but it looked like Jorge got underneath the tag, and we're going to see a real good.
All right, right there, that's safe, but now the foot, does it stay? Oh, I think he's going to be safe.
It stayed on.
You know, it's interesting because early in the ball game yesterday, there was a play in the second inning. A runner cut down at the plate by Jimenez to Mejia. Let's see whether the foot stays on the base. Going to be tough to overturn that. The spikes may have become disengaged right like another frame or 2 past that point, or is he tagged there 1 frame before his spike hits the base?
No, spikes in contact. You just can't see it. And again, in New York, they have to see clear evidence to overturn it.
Anyway, I thought there was a play in the second inning yesterday that could have been challenged and challenged successfully. And the Rays didn't challenge it because it was in the second inning of the game. Now here in the first inning, this could be a critical call if the safe call is confirmed.
Oh,
no, they call him out.
Wow.
So the Rays took a bit of a risk. And I wonder whether Polanco, in seeing the ball to the left of the left fielder, maybe momentarily forgot that Rasmus is a left-handed thrower. If that's a right-handed thrower out there, he can't make much of a throw to third base at all. But they have overruled the safe call right there. The tag on the thigh, 1 frame before the spike hits the bag. So 2 hits in the inning. Mauer is at first, 2 down, and now Kenny Vargas.
Well, I think your manager typically likes you to be aggressive early in the game.
Yep.
And yet that was one that who knows what it's going to create here as the game unfolds.
1 strike to Vargas. 0-2.
Here's a splitter that just absolutely disappears. Not too many guys going to make good contact with that. First of all, you saw the speed of the pitch, 72 mile an hour.
Half swing, strike 3. Twins get a couple of hits, but can't answer, and the Rays have a 2-0 lead. Presented by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. And by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Beautiful spring afternoon here. Jorge Polanco with a base hit, but the Rays have the only run so far, 2-0, and Kyle Gibson desperately needs a quicker and better second inning. Faced 7 men in the first inning. 2 scored, 2 were left aboard. Michael Martinez takes strike 1. Martinez, Sucre, and Dickerson in the second inning.
Well, Martinez coming over from Cleveland, where him and Chris Jimenez were teammates last year.
And he offered at it 0-2. We were talking about Gibson by default being brought back up from Rochester, and the pitching ranks keep getting thinner in the upper levels of the Twins organization. Nick Tepish, who's been with the big league club and was in camp, of course, vying for a starting spot, got knocked around the other day, and now he's on the disabled list with an elbow impingement. And certainly wish the best for Nick, but he's apparently not going to be able to be of any help anytime soon. 1-2. And Martinez strikes out. 1 down. Let's find Kevin Gore.
Thanks, Dick. It's time for our Car Soup Scoop from the clubhouse. Paul Molitor talked about Miguel Sano back-to-back days not in the starting lineup. Said part of it's rest, certainly, but a bigger part of that is he's scuffling right now at the plate. He mentioned Kyle Gibson has a really tough matchup today. In looking at what Tampa likes, they like the low balls. That's where Gibson likes to live. So a big challenge for Gibson facing this team today. And he mentioned yesterday late in the game how the Twins fed off the crowd, something they never really found last year after that tough 0-9 start. The crowd was into it. The energy was in the ballpark, and he thought the team really fed off that both at the plate and in the field late in the game yesterday afternoon, guys.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I noticed it Friday. Now, Chris Archer was brilliant. The Twins didn't get much of anything going till the last few innings. But the ballpark, and it was only, what, 20,000 on Friday, and similar crowd, I think, yesterday. 27 yesterday. But it just felt more alive, and it might be nothing more than the fact that the weather has warmed up and fans aren't shivering. Here's a fly to right center field. Buxton galloping after it, still going and making the catch on the track. The ball kept slicing away from Buxton, but he tracked it down for out number 2.
Well, the speed really helps. This ball had a good amount of carry, and Buxton kept his eye on it and just was able to run it down. Now you'd hope that most center fielders in the league could get to a ball like this. It's basically just on the warning track, but he had to go a long way to get it. Kyle Gibson takes a little sigh there, grateful for 2 straight outs. He'd love to get back in the dugout with this at bat now from Corey Dickerson.
And a fly ball to right in the second pitch of the inning, and a first pitch swinging strike. And that's an ancillary benefit of throwing first pitch strikes, is hitters, once you set up a pattern, sometimes they'll offer at it and swing at the first pitch.
Sometimes they do it a lot, especially when they know you're going to get it over early in the count.
I don't know, 0-2.
You talk about the home crowd, though, Dick. We have another nice crowd on hand here on this wonderful weekend, and the one thing the Twins haven't done much of is get the crowd involved early. It seems like these home games, the other team has been jumping out early. The Twins have to fight back. Did a nice job of that yesterday. We didn't hear much from the crowd until late in the game. Right. That's when they had reason to celebrate.
Dickerson takes one up and in. Actually, the pitch was right over the inside corner of the plate, just up. Blocked by Castro.
You know, the one thing, and I don't even know how to put this in words, but I'm going to try, is hitters have a better pitch recognition off Kyle than a lot of different pitchers, in the fact that they don't see the ball in the zone and then chase it out of the zone. They see it out of the zone so fast that they don't really make an effort. So the balls that he's trying to get them to chase on, they give up on.
2 strikeouts and a much better second inning for Gibson. Max Kepler will lead things off for the Twins in the bottom of the inning. One of the more consistent hitters in the Twins lineup. That's why he's been in the middle of the lineup almost all year long. And over the last 2 weeks, it's been a really good 2 weeks for Max Kepler.
No question about it. For a young player, he's showing maturity and growth. And Paul says every day he sees a guy that's getting closer and closer to the potential. And like Joe Mauer, you saw what he does. He hits the ball hard, rarely strikes out.
And he'll lead off the second against Cobb and take strike 1.
Cobb right now starting this game, second inning. Tremendous breaking ball so far.
One and one. On the ground, right side. Martinez has it. Kepler retired, 1 away. Let's go to New York for a game break. Aaron Judge having a fantastic rookie season. He's just hit his first major league grand slam. Power. Well, everybody's got power at Yankee Stadium to right field, right? Even right-handed batters.
He's a big man, 6'7", and really taking Yankee fans by storm.
A special section for him out there.
Yeah, already, you know, the absence of the longtime favorite Derek Jeter, Aaron Judge is becoming that new fan favorite.
Inside to Escobar, ball 1. Popped up center field. Kiermaier comes in. 2 down. Let's go to Kevin Gorg for today's showstopper.
Yeah, what a showstopper it was last night in our nation's capital. Washington Nationals. Steven Strasburg, 7 innings strong, just 3 hits. Count them up, 15 strikeouts. The Nationals 30-18, already 8.5 games up to the National League East. A rain delay today. Maybe the Padres are thankful for that weather. They struck out against Scherzer Friday 13 times, so 28 of the 54 outs recorded by the strikeout at Strasburg. Once again, remarkable when he's on his game, guys.
It'd be fun to see. Thanks, Kevin. It'd be fun to see the Washington Nationals pair up against the Houston Astros right now.
Yeah.
Both teams are so red hot.
So we're going to miss by Rosario. And yet,
you never know, that could happen in postseason.
Right. Don't you think, though, that the Nationals will have to address their closer situation? I mean, they are a team certainly that's expected to get through the regular season into the postseason. But my goodness, you'd feel a lot more comfortable, wouldn't you, with a David Robertson or somebody like that closing games for you?
No question about it. And here's the dilemma, and I think all teams face it. Everybody wants to add. Where are they?
Yeah.
We can't just go down to a farm in southern Illinois and pick a guy out of the field.
Robertson's pitched in a big market, of course, with the Yankees. He's got some experience, and White Sox, even though they're having a good weekend series with Detroit, they're leading again today. They don't seem destined for postseason play. 2 strikes to Rosario. And foul, out of play. Rosario with a big home run last night. Every time the Rays scored yesterday, single runs, except at the end, of course, the Twins answered right away. They haven't answered yet in today's game, but Rosario's home run tied the game at 2. Paul Molitor has talked about the perseverance of this Twins team, the determination, playing all 27 outs and all of that cliche stuff, but it's really played out this year for the Twins. 0-2. And now in the dirt, 1-2.
Yeah, on the morning radio show today, Chris Atterbury asked him if you had a word or a phrase to describe this team, what would it be? And he thought for a few minutes, and he says, well, they're grinders. He said, you know, we're not giving in. We want to be fundamentally sound, all the things that everybody wants out of their team. But he says, we're learning that grinding out their at-bats and their innings and stuff has really helped them stay in games.
The bottom line is this Twins team right now has a record of 26-19. Last year in early July they were 26-54. That one
that was a little bit
barely made it to the dirt.
The old worm killer.
By the time they had their 26th win, they had 35 more losses last year. 2-2 to Rosario. And now 3-2 with Buxton on deck.
Well, for the last 2 pitches, looks like Cobb has lost the feel for that breaking pitch. We told you earlier that it's pretty much been fastball, curveball for Cobb, staying away from the splitter or the changeup.
Pulled foul. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com @bat mobile app. You can stay connected to the game's best players all season long with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat today. Your #1 app for live baseball. Rosario having quite a battle here with Alex Cobb. And he takes a walk. And we know Rosario's not the easiest guy in the world to walk, and he fell behind early in the count, ends up picking up his 6th walk of the season.
Yeah, and the pitch count has been rising for him. Look at the pitch selection here in this at bat. A lot of pitches thrown, several of them missing by quite a bit, and finally Eddie Rosario on base. He's going to have to keep an eye on the pitcher, though. Alex Cobb is an American League leading 4 pickoffs, and he's second in the major leagues behind Clayton Richard of the Padres for the most pickoffs by a right-handed pitcher.
Buxton bunts, foul, 1 strike. It's the 3rd time in this series that Buxton has either attempted or threatened to attempt a bunt single in front of Longoria. Byron's best bunting for hits is with a left-hander on the mound and bunting it between the mound and first base, and there's another consequence of not seeing much left-handed pitching.
You know, but as he evolves, he's going to have to be able to do it to both sides, and I think that's why he's trying to catch him by surprise here and there. If he lays it down right, there's nobody that's going to make the play if he puts it down right.
Oh, what a hot smash fielded by Longoria. Hardest ball that Buxton's hit in quite some time, and Longoria backhanded it and turned it into an inning-ending out. Is presented by Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Kevin Kiermaier to lead off the 3rd. He squares the bunt, takes a strike on the outside corner, and another first pitch strike for Kyle Gibson.
Well, that's 8 out of 11, so Kyle's doing better in this game. Both starting pitchers through 2 innings, 38 pitches, so that's not the ideal scenario.
0-2.
Good movement there. Kyle letting that sinker just bite, and Kiermaier swinging over the top of it. So quickly Kyle working ahead. Now we'll see what he does.
Down and in.
And again, my point about all these pitches is you've got to make it tempting enough for the hitter to swing out of the zone. When it starts so much out of the zone that they can recognize it, they're not going to swing at it.
2-2. It will be Kiermaier, Longoria, and Morrison here in the third inning. Gibson had a rough first inning. Much better second inning with a couple of strikeouts. Fouled back. Twins fans remember Francisco Liriano, and he wasn't as wildly inconsistent as Gibson has been, but he was inconsistent too. 2-2. 3-2. And in Liriano's case, the year he threw the no-hitter in early May. Now this is late May, but in early May he had an ERA of over 9,
right, and
then finished with a not decent but an okay season. One hopper to Mauer. One down. Let's go to our fearless, intrepid reporter Kevin Gord for the big story today.
Yeah, the big story is our neighbors to the east, Dick. Break them up. The Milwaukee Brewers and manager Craig Counsell off to a great start, surging to first place in their division. And yesterday was all about Chase Anderson. A no-hitter into the seventh. Ends up going 7 strong. 1 hit given up, 11 strikeouts. The Brewers up a half game in the Central, 26-23. They won yesterday 6-1. They're up early today, 2-0 in Arizona. And they start a big series in New York against the Mets tomorrow. 4 games later this week. The Brewers and the Twins both in first. That's a lot of fun.
It sure is. Yet in the National League Central, there's a 3.5 game spread between first place Milwaukee and last place Pittsburgh. So let's check that again next Sunday and see where everybody is. 1-1 now to Longoria. And that's one thing we pointed out the other night, Jack. There's starting to we're starting to see a little separation within the American League Central. The Tigers losing again today, and it's been a terrible road trip for them.
Well, the Tigers have their issues. You talk about a team looking for a closer. They've been looking for about 20 years now, I think. But the back end of their bullpen's been a little bit of a question mark. A lot of injuries. The Tigers.
Only 2 games above, or 2 teams above 500. Cleveland by 1 game, and the Twins by 7.
I want to go back to what I just witnessed, though, in that highlight from Gorgie. Chase Anderson, 7. No hitter going into the 7th inning. You saw how he's just attacking the strike zone. That's a young pitcher that, you can see the difference in just a couple of pitches. I can tell how he's in that positive frame of mind and attacking the hitters. And certainly when you have a no hitter, you want to go after guys, but something hopefully Kyle Gibson will get a little feel for here.
And it's a walk, sending Longoria to first base for the 2nd time. Longoria's walked both times against Gibson, and now Logan Morrison. Gibson's never pitched 200 innings in the big leagues. He 2 years ago in 2015, all the numbers were coming down in terms of ERA, and he was an 11 and 11 for a pretty good ball club. 183 ball games, 194 and 2/3 innings. But at that point, the Twins were imagining a world where the numbers would continue to get better and better, and instead they've gotten worse and worse. Last year 6-11 with an ERA of over 5, and we've already given you his numbers this year.
It was just a few years ago Kyle led the team in wins and innings pitched.
Yeah, 13-12 in 2014. 1-0 to Morrison. He walked in the first inning.
Kyle had 4 walks in his last outing, where he went 5 innings against Baltimore, and now he's at 3 walks already in this game, and that's been primarily his issue is too many pitches early in the game where Paul has got to go to that bullpen because of that mysterious 100 pitch count limit.
Two 2-0. Check swing, 3-0. And a strike. 3-1. Rays trying to get it back above the 500 mark today. They're 5 games behind the Yankees. Red Sox are surging. They've won 6 in a row. And now 3-2.
You got a guy like Logan Morrison on the plate, who is a pull hitter and a guy that has the uppercut swing. Kyle Gibson, a sinker ball pitcher. So you get in a situation, you ask yourself, what do I want to throw to a guy like this? If I sink the ball, it's going to run down and away, and that really goes into his arm extension and the fact that he wants to uppercut the ball. So his slider would be a better choice when he has a chance to miss, because it's going to come in on him and he's going to have to either pull the ball or swing over the top of it.
Hit into the shift. Escobar to Polanco. A double play grounder. Gibson's 5th this year, and all in all, he ends up facing just 3 men in the inning. Good news on the Sanford Health injury report. The bad news is Dallas Keuchel is back for the Astros. He pitched last night, 6 innings, 4 hits, just 1 run, and off to his best start in the big leagues, maybe winning another Cy Young award. The good news for Twins fans is he pitched last night, and that means he won't pitch against the Twins in the series starting tomorrow, nor will Lance McCullers, who's starting for the Astros today. So the vaunted 1-2 punch of the Astros won't be a factor in the Twins-Astros series starting tomorrow. Jason Castro to lead off the Twins' 3rd. And a first pitch strike. Castro, Dozier, and Polanco facing Cobb. Cobb's had an assortment of arm issues. Tommy John surgery a couple years ago. This ball chipped to left field, a liner for a base hit in front of Rasmus. So Castro, seems like when he swings his best, he uses left field an awful lot. He gets a leadoff single here in the 3rd. Twins fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app. Take Fox Sports North and Twins baseball with you wherever you go. Leadoff single here in the 3rd, and that'll bring up Dozier. Dozier struck out his first time up. Cobb had a couple of strikeouts in the 1st inning. fouled away. Cobb has also dealt with the thoracic outlet syndrome, the same thing that Phil Hughes thought he had remedied last year by having the rib resection. But unfortunately for Hughes, a lot of the same symptoms have come back again this year.
Yeah, Cobb last season was his 4th straight year where he missed at least 6 weeks due to some kind of injury.
And a strike called, 0-2.
We want to talk a little bit about Brian Dozier, what he did yesterday. And I asked Paul Molitor. Of course, Paul doesn't really like to go places sometimes out of his comfort zone. But I said, was that the best at bat that Brian Dozier's had in, the all year long? Last night he went to right field when the game needed him to go to right field. The pitch was thrown on the outer half of the plate. Let's see it right here. And he, it wasn't so much that it was a home run. I just saw his whole body make an effort to go that way when the situation dictated it. And Paul said, well, I think hopefully in time he's starting to get a little more comfortable with that whole idea.
Well, look at there, 100 feet between the first baseman and the second baseman. The first baseman, Morrison, is holding on the runner, so he's, for all intents and purposes, standing on the bag. And you see the second baseman, Martinez, to the left side of second base. He's got a 100-foot hole there.
And Kevin Gorg did an interview with Brian about last night's at bat, and he said, I'm still a guy that likes to pull the ball. Well, if you like to pull the ball right now, go to right field, because that'll force them to not shift on you as much, and then that'll open holes on the left side.
Dozier takes a called 3rd strike on the outside corner, and Polanco will bat.
Pretty good pitch right there. Pitcher's pitch, down and away, and it just locks up Brian Dozier.
Very similar to the pitch that he hit for the home run yesterday. Here is Polanco, singled up the middle. Twins would like to get one on the board here after Castro's leadoff single. Cobb got off to a rough start this year. Last 6 starts have been pretty good. Staked to an early lead here today. Ball 1.
Polanco's a guy that will go that way. You've got the shift to the right side now for Jorge Polanco, and it seems like Kevin Cash is really doing a lot of shifting against the Twins in this series.
2-0. Polanco, and this is bodes really well for both his and the team's future. He's proven this year to be a pretty consistent hitter. The batting average has fluctuated, what, 15-20 points? That's about it. In the 260 to 280 range. Fouled back. Tried to spin on one and tie the game.
Well, occasionally you get a pitch that you can drive, and Jorge saw one, a fastball in there that he was trying to do his impression of Babe Ruth. Lift and separate, just following it back. If it kind of notices that Alex Cobb has taken some time between pitches, it's because he averages 26.3 seconds between pitches. That's the 5th longest of all major league pitchers.
Rounder right side, Martinez starts a force play. Polanco hustles down the line to keep the inning alive. Castro forced at second base. That'll bring up Mauer. Much more than Martinez could do about it. He fielded the ball running toward the bag and got rid of it quickly.
Yeah, he did his part. Just that Jorge Polanco got out of the box and hustled down the line, and that's the simple fact of that play. You see him hustling down the line.
So a runner aboard, 2 down now, and Mauer, who lined a single to left. Indians, the closest team to the Twins, 3 games behind, and they had to face Danny Duffy in the series finale at Progressive Field. They teed off on Duffy. They lead it 9-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Josh Tomlin going for the Indians, and he's been given lots of early run support. And more rain in Chicago. They're in the game. White Sox are leading 3-0, but now the Tarps on the field. 1 strike to Mauer. Now inside. .51 pitches for Cobb. Twins actually out hitting the Rays 3-0, but Gibson walked a couple, gave up a couple of hits in the first inning and 2 runs, and there you have it. Polanco flops back to the bag. Paul Molitor talking with home plate umpire James Hoy about that move and whether it was a balk.
Well, Paul, one of the best base stealers of his time, knows what pitchers try to do to deke you a little bit, and certainly trying to express his opinion. Cobb has got a good pickoff move, and like we talked about, he's already had 4 pickoffs this year.
If I understood Paul correctly, he was saying he can't step toward home plate and then throw over.
No, he can't. That's a spin move, but his left foot has to be picked up to move. You can't spin off your front foot.
3-1 with Vargas on deck. .3-1 to Joe Mauer.
You see that?
And Paul Molitor again said, "You see that?"
Well, I think what Paul's saying is it's not a step and throw, it's a jump and throw. You can't jump with your front foot and your back foot at the same time. And watch how he barely lifts his front foot. It's like a knee lift.
Well, at one point, both feet are up in the air.
Right.
It's a jump move. Polanco goes, and the pitch lifted foul.
What's Paul saying, and that's the, I was taught that move. It's called a balk move. And what you're doing is you're lifting your front leg, your knee slightly, so your front heel comes off the ground first. That's a balk. You've got to move your back heel first. You can see right here now his front foot. See how it lifts off first?
Yeah.
That's a balk. And that's why Paul is making a mess of it. You've got to move your back heel first.
Full count, 2 down, and Polanco will leave now. Be very curious whether, regardless of what happens in this at bat, if Paul doesn't have a discussion with the home plate umpire about that after the inning break. Polanco goes, and the pitch lifted over by the tarp. And no play for the left fielder Rasmus. I made the comment on a national talk show this past week about Molitor and how, in a sense, he's, in my opinion, and it's not worth much, I know, but in my opinion, he's an ideal manager for an organization that has become much more detail oriented, because that's the type of player he was, looking for any little thing that could give him, as a hitter or a runner, an edge. Now, no conversation between the manager and the home plate umpire on that move, but let's take a look at the move first.
This is great. See how he moves his front foot first? That's a balk move. You cannot do that. You've got to move your back foot, the foot that's in contact with the rubber first.
There goes the runner, and the pitch hit to right. There's nobody there.
Go!
One hopping the wall. Polanco around third. They're going to wave him around. Martinez with the throw to the plate, not in time. And Mauer pulls a double to score Polanco.
Well, it was an ideal pitch for Joe to be able to drive into right field, and he does that. And there's been an occasion here in the last couple of weeks where he's making attempts. He gets certain pitches that he's trying to drive the ball to right, but this time he actually makes contact with the pitch. You can see middle half in, he gets the barrel of the bat out quickly and drives it right where it's pitched. That's good hitting. And then Jorge Polanco, a good base runner, reads it right away. Or excuse me, there's Blanco running. He knows right away where it's hit, and he knows that he's going home.
And the value of having a patient hitter at the plate working the count full to allow the runner to leave early. Vargas pulls it foul down the line. Well, the Twins get a big 2-out hit from Mauer. He's 2 for 2. And the tying run at second with 2 down. Vargas went down swinging, had a couple of awkward looking swings against Cobb in the first inning. Missed inside, 1-1. Another lunging swing after the off-speed pitch. It's 1-2.
If you're Alex Cobb and you see some of the swings that Kenny Vargas has had off you, you're never going to throw him a fastball. He's been out in front of breaking balls. Will chase down in the zone. He's been so hot himself lately. Plate discipline being a big part of why he's been so good. But so far in his first couple at bats against Alex Cobb, he's chased a few baseballs, and Cobb, a veteran pitcher, is going to see that, and he's not going to change the game plan until he shows him that he's going to adjust. Kenny being the guy to adjust.
2-2 the count, a base open, Kepler on deck. Inside with a fastball. Full count. Cobb has walked one. It was Rosario. A long battle. It was what, 9 pitches. Ended up drawing a walk with 2 outs in the second. A dangerous left-handed batter in Kepler on deck. Got him. Another off-speed pitch down low. And Sucre fires to first. Twins get one back in the third. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm. Another week where most of the plays of the week came with the Twins wearing the road gray uniforms. And some highlights yesterday, the late home run by Dozier, good fielding play, and maybe some highlights to come out of this game. Twins playing 3 games against the Rays and 3 against the Astros. And then the real test for this Twins team with back-to-back road trips that cover 3 cities in a week and a half.
Well, it'll be a test. It'll be a test, but boy, they've been playing well on the road.
They sure have.
You know, it might be a blessing too. It's just the next couple months will really have a lot to say about the destiny of this team and whether or not they're going to go out and maybe add to the pitching, hoping that postseason will be a part of it.
Tigers, we mentioned, are having a tough time on their road trip with a lot of travel. Well, the Twins go out to the West Coast after Wednesday's game, and in a nutshell, they'll be home, or they'll be on the road, they'll be home, they'll be on the road, and then at the end of that, it'll be the 4th of July. They've got a week and a half long road trip, a week and a half long homestand, then another week and a half long road trip. 2-2 to Souza, leading off the 4th inning for the Rays. Just off the edge, full count.
You know, I talk about scheduling and the way it is. I remember first few years I played in the big leagues. The way scheduling was then, we had a couple 21-day road trips.
Really?
Yes. And 4 cities. They were long.
And a leadoff walk here in the 4th to Souza. Got ahead of him, lost him. Take a look at the upcoming schedule. 3 games against, you know, the team with the best record in baseball. Should be interesting to see how the Twins do against the Astros. Then 4 in Los Angeles, an off day in Seattle, 3 against the Mariners, 3 against the Giants. And the Twins are home for a week and a half, but then they go on the road to Cleveland, Boston, and Kansas City. Twins have 4 3-city week and a half long road trips, and 2 of them are back to back.
Well, Kyle Gibson just gave up his 4th walk of the game, and that ties his last game where he had a season high 4 walks. And we're talking about a guy who's really a control pitcher. He's not a power guy. He's not an erratic pitcher. He has control and command, but seems like forever Kyle's just been one of those guys that just miss instead of just make a strike.
0-2. He's ahead of Rasmus. Rasmus with an RBI single his first time up. Got jammed, but he just lifted it over the reach of Dozier into right center field for a base hit. I beg your pardon, that was Souza who did that. Rasmus got the single that scored the 2nd run, Longoria. 2 strikes to Rasmus. And strike 3, 1 down. We'll bring up Beckham. Fox Tracks presented by Jeep.
Now there is a case where he gets a guy, and you know, this might be part of his problem, is every once in a while a guy will swing out of the zone, so he's hoping everybody will.
Beckham in a ground ball to 3rd his first time up. Actually, if you're keeping score, circle that play, because that might be an awfully big play in this game. Remember the situation, runners at 1st and 2nd, 2 down, and Beckham hit a smash, and Escobar backhanded it behind the 3rd base bag and got the 3rd out of the inning. But if that had gotten by Escobar, 2 runs would have scored, and it would have been a 4-run first inning.
Yeah, that play, and then the fact that Polanco got thrown out at 3rd base by Colby Rasmus, where the Twins might have had something going. So there's already some momentum changers in the game.
Half swing and a strike to Beckham. Twins have committed the fewest errors in the major leagues, and if you'd have watched, and we trust some of you did, good part of the season last year, you never would have imagined that. Derek Falvey was on MLB Network radio this morning, and he was talking about the focus was to certainly improve the pitching staff, but within that, let's tighten things up out in the field. There's been a lot of extra work, and he brought up something during the interview that I thought was really, really important, and that got him picked off. Slamming on the brakes is Souza, and it's a snowball fight. There's a tag, and Mauer holds onto the ball, tagging him with his bare hand. 2 down.
Well, that's 1-3, 4-3, 4-3. Somebody might have hollered. Joe probably yelled he's going, and Kyle was holding the ball long enough that he was able to step off and throw it to Joe, and then Joe eventually runs and tags him out.
2 down, and now Beckham with a 1-1 count. Anyway, Derek Falvey, the chief baseball officer for the Twins, said they made a point of telling everybody that if you're going to show up early to take ground balls on the short field in spring training, bring the same focus and intensity as you would taking a ground ball in the 9th inning of a real game. And Tom Kelly insisted on that, and so did Ron Gardenhire. I mean, there's always been that level of intensity in the Good Morning America drills that Twins have done over the years. But he says the guys really bought into it, and some key guys like Polanco and Sano really bought into that.
Well, boy, if they ever buy into James Rowson's having that same approach in batting practice instead of trying to lift and separate, good things could really happen.
2-2.
And they do for the most part their first few swings.
Gibson comes back and gets another strikeout. He faces just 3 men again in the 4th despite a leadoff walk.
4th strikeout for Kyle. Better yet, 3 batters faced.
Max Kepler.
Keplert.
The German.
My only German friend that I have.
More like my brother.
Great guy, great teammate. Sky's the limit for him and Buxton.
Great athlete. A beautiful left-handed swing. I think he's going to do some good things in the near future.
So many nicknames for Max. Maximus. And it's all new. There aren't many guys named Max who've played Major League Baseball, and there's nobody born and bred in Germany who's played here. Ball 1 to Kepler leading off the Twins' 4th inning. Eduardo Escobar, Eddie Rosario will follow in a 2-1 ball game. Driven to center. Kiermaier now going back and leaps and makes the catch. Jeez. Poor route efficiency, but Kiermaier can be excused because Kepler has amazing power to the gaps, and it nearly sailed over his head.
We keep talking about Max Kepler and how he can drive the baseball. Let's see where the pitch location was, and that's a pretty good breaking ball down and away. Max goes out and gets it, and just an absolute rocket again from Max off his bat, and it makes Kiermaier do a little ballet out there, but he finally corrals the baseball.
Here's Eduardo Escobar. And just to be clear, I don't believe Max Kepler has any ballet background himself. His parents do.
Right. But it wouldn't be surprising if he could probably pick it up.
Multi-sport athlete.
Yeah, tennis player.
Soccer. Focused on baseball at the age of 14. And as I've said before, I think his story is one of the more interesting ones in Major League Baseball right now. Tap back to the mound, 2 down. Caught up. Let's do just that, thanks to Toyota.
Well, in the first inning, Kyle Gibson ran into his troubles. He had a double by Kiermaier. He ends up scoring on this play of season. So Steven Souza Jr. and then Colby Rasmus gets a base hit, and that plates Longoria. And then Joe Mauer gets a double that gets Jorge Polanco around from first base. Twins get their 1 run, and we sit 2-1 right now as we're in the bottom of the 4th.
Up and away to Rosario. Rosario walked his first time up. Pitch up and fouled it straight back.
Eddie had the home run, get the Twins on the board yesterday, and you don't see it all the time, but it was a moonshot out there, the upper deck of right field. He's got tremendous power for a guy that's not built like a power hitter.
Off the plate, 2-1. There's the corner, 2-2.
Yeah, the Clouds have momentarily moved away from target field. Bright sun now on the field.
And just off the corner, with Cobb working Rosario on the outside edge.
Yeah, that was, I believe, one of his first changeups that he's thrown, trying to get Eddie out in front. Takes a little off the fastball, 86.
Drilled to right center field, down for a hit. And Rosario rounding first, and he will hold up there with a very quick release from Steven Souza Jr. Throw it back to the infield quickly. A 2-out single for Rosario. That'll bring up Buxton.
Now Eddie gets a ball up in the zone, and he just keeps the barrel on top of the baseball and drives it into right center field. Let's take a look at it. Pitches up out of the zone, but Eddie was able to barrel it up. The ball way high. Most hitters don't swing at that and do much with, but Eddie likes it up there.
Here's Buxton. He hit a smash to Longoria, who had just enough time to react to make the catch. Now, right after it happened, I thought, well, that's why Buxton needs to bunt more to bring that third baseman in, because if Longoria was in on the grass, Buxton's smash either would have gotten by him or would have hit him in the shin. And now Sucre tries to pick off the runner. But Longoria was playing about where he's standing now, just a step or two behind the third base bag. And Buxton couldn't hit the ball any harder. Just a wicked one-hop smash. And Longoria, very good at third base, was able to make the play. A couple of well-hit balls here in the 4th. See if Buxton can hit another one. There's a strike. 1-1.
We've seen some tremendous third basemen. We just saw Colorado and
Arenado and Machado.
Now Longoria. You know, if there was an excess of pitchers the way there is quality third basemen in baseball.
And Buxton rolls one through the right side. Rosario digs for third. And a nice approach there by Buxton, who got a single up the middle late in the ball game yesterday, and then he hit a 4-hopper through the right side here today.
Well, again, Byron hitting the ball on the ground. A good breaking ball, but he stays with it. He didn't pull off. You can see his arm extension there, shooting the ball the other way and getting a good result. The ball is going to be by Martinez at second base before he can blink. And with Rosario speed on first base, Twins have first and third, 2 outs.
Castro single to left, trying to string together some 2-out hits here.
Castro got a base hit his first plate appearance. Ball he hit to left field.
There goes Buxton, and Sucre throws, and here comes Rosario home, and he is out. Buxton will get credit, I believe, for a stolen base, but as Rosario tried to make it a double steal and score the tying run, he was thrown out handily.
I'm sure that was on Eddie Rosario too. I don't believe Gene Glenn's sending him there, but I think what happened is Eddie thought the ball was going to be bobbled, and it wasn't.
Inning ends at home plate. Pepsi fans of the game enjoying a beautiful spring afternoon here at Target Field in a 2-1 ball game. Kyle Gibson clips the outside corner on his first pitch of the 5th inning to Michael Martinez. Pitch count good for Gibson, 70-1. He really struggled in the first inning, but he's faced just 3 men in innings 2, 3, and 4. There have been walks in there, but he's done a nice job covering up for the walks with a double play grounder and a pickoff.
Yeah, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, but more importantly, limiting them to not having the whole lineup bat around. I mean, Kyle is getting relatively quick innings. 3 guys faced in the 4th inning, only 3 guys faced in the 3rd inning and the 2nd inning, so a lot better.
One and 2 to Martinez. And 2 and 2. Ray's got a couple runs in the first. Twins got one back in the 3rd. had a chance after the second out in the fourth. We got a good ball game, hopefully with an exciting finish for Twins fans. Full count. Buxton retreating in the gap, makes the catch, one down. After the Houston series, the Twins go to Anaheim. We were hoping Mike Trout would go 0 for 16, but it's always good to see him play. But Trout, after stealing second base, comes up hurting, and it's the left hand in
left
reaching
thumb.
for the bag.
You can almost see his left thumb jam right into the bag.
And he had to come out of the ball game. Here is Sucre. And I don't think there's any argument. He's the best player in the game. And it's fun to watch him play. Again, I was hoping he would, and he might still be able to play against the Twins and go 0 for 16. But
I want whatever you're eating.
well, we'll hope for the good of the game that he is okay. 1-1 up the middle. Dozier makes the play. Got him. What a play by Brian Dozier behind the second base bag. Awareness of who the runner was. A full-length dive behind the second base bag for out number 2.
Well, Brian has to go a long way, not only behind the bag, but behind him in order to get the right angle out on the grass. And like a couple of the highlights we saw today from Nolan Arenado in Colorado, on his knees, flips the ball over to Mauer. Mauer, nice stretch. And that was a heck of a big league play right there.
Gibson hasn't given up a base hit since Rasmus's RBI single in the first. And he's gotten a little help, and we'll acknowledge that, I'm sure, when he gets back in the dugout. 2 down, and now Dickerson. And nobody can do anything about that one. A line drive single to center. Again, first hit for the Rays since Rasmus's single in the first. If you are looking for the ultimate Twins experience this summer, the all-new Twins baseball and softball camps presented by select Heartland Chevy dealers are perfect for your kids' summer plans. Camps are for kids aged 6 to 14 and feature a current Twins player and coach, VIP day trip to Target Field, full Twins uniform, skills competition, and more. To learn more and register, visit twinsbaseball.com/training. Here's Kevin Kiermaier. And a breaking ball over the inside corner.
Another first pitch strike for Kyle.
Out of the right field corner, a base hit. Kapler with the retrieve, but it gets by him. And rounding third, Dickerson will come in and score, and on his way to third base, Kiermaier. Kapler in pursuit of the ball, and it skipped under his glove and went all the way to the wall, and it's 3-1. A double for Kiermaier, an error charge to Kepler, and it's a 3-1 ball game.
You'll see the ball's outer half, and Kiermaier able to pull it, and then Max just peeked a little bit there, got his feet too close to his glove, and that happens sometimes.
Second error of the year on Kepler, 16th error on the Twins. Swing and a miss, strike one to Longoria. Longoria has walked twice against Gibson. Cut off by Escobar. On target to Mauer. The inning ends, but the Rays get a couple of 2-out hits and an unearned run in the 5th.
One down by a couple. We're in the Minnesota State Lottery winner's circle, and twins. That's right, Jeanette and Janet, and they got the grandkids along with them. Of course, it's the grandma and the great aunt. Brooklyn Park, beautiful sign, beautiful day, best seats in the house. How much fun are you having?
Oh, I'm having a great time. Just love it. The view from here is just gorgeous.
Who did all the work on the sign, the kids or the old people?
All the old Obama's dad. I started it. He's the one that wanted to put the sign together, saying future Twins player, because that's what he wants to be. He's on the Little League right now.
Well, Jack Morris must have saw talent in the sign and these youngsters, because he picked you guys out from the booth. You guys are going to go home with 100 scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota State Lottery, and none of us got wet willies today, so this is a great day at the ballpark.
Way to go, Gorgo.
Rays with a 3-1 lead. Jason Castro will lead off the fifth, then Brian Dozier and Jorge Polanco against Alex Cobb. Castro takes inside, ball one. Castro single to left, leading off the third, and then he was at the plate when Buxton stole second, and then Rosario came home and was thrown out for the final out of the inning. One and one. And Byron Buxton did not get a stolen base. I thought he would get one under those circumstances.
He did not, huh?
That's what I've been told. And to me, he stole the bag, and then the play continued.
Right. That's why.
So in my book, I would have given him a stolen base.
Yeah.
I don't know that it was designed as a delayed double steal, but once Martinez had some issues catching the throw, Rosario came home. Now fouled away, and it's 2-2.
How they rule that, Kyle Trainer, the official score today.
Castro, Dozier, and Polanco. Turns out a better second trip through the batting order than first against Cobb. Now Castro takes up and away, 3-2. Cobb has only walked the one man, and it was Rosario with 2 outs in the second. Ball 4, leadoff walk.
Second time Castro's led off an inning by getting on base.
Partial season ticket packages are now available in the Delta Sky 360 Club and Cash. You can become a Twins season ticket holder today, and you'll gain access to the Twins Sweet Spot program. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com or by calling 800-33-TWINS. Tough ball game for Dozier so far. He has struck out twice, once swinging and once looking. Vargas has struck out twice, and they are the only strikeout victims against Alex Cobb here today.
Well, again, we talked about that huge hole on the right side. The infield shifted to the left side, and Alex Cobb is going to pitch Brian Dozier away. And he did a good job of that last time. Dozier did not really adjust, and he threw him some good breaking balls down and away. Coming in here.
Double play grounder, bubbled, and everybody's safe. Beckham booted it, and instead of 2 outs and nobody on, there are 2 on and nobody out.
Now Twins get a break here. Again, you see him peak a little bit. The ball kind of came up and hit his heel, and then he just was never able to recover from it.
6th error for Beckham on the season. And now Polanco. Polanco singled in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third. Squaring, and now a pickoff throw to second, and it nearly hit Castro in the back. Sucre
nearly handcuffed Beckham again too.
Sucre tried to pick off a runner at first, and now he tried to pick off Castro at second. And Longoria asks time from Carlos Torres, and goes to talk to Cobb. Racing in from first base is Morrison. The bunt is in play here, perhaps, because a successful one, while it might take the bat out of Mauer's hand, it would advance 2 runners, including the tying runner, into scoring position. 1-0 to Polanco. On the outside corner.
You can see the corner infielders playing on the grass and slowly walking towards home plate in anticipation of Polanco squaring, but he didn't do it, so now they take a couple steps back just in front of the bag, both of them.
Popped up. Infield fly rule will be called here, with Martinez calling for it. 1 down, and that'll bring up Mauer. Domingo Santana for the Brewers with another grand slam. But the roof is open at Miller Park, and it's carrying pretty well there today to the opposite field. And Bernie the Brewer comes down the slide. Couple of well, actually the Diamondbacks are in second place. They're a game behind the Rockies right now, but a couple of really good ball clubs in that series. Here's Mauer. He's got 2 hits, including an RBI double his last time up. 2 for 2 against Cobb in today's game. Outside, ball 1. First 2 at bats, oddly enough, that Mauer's ever had against Cobb. Twins haven't seen much of him.
You know, I was looking at the numbers there, and when I looked, there was no numbers for Joe Mauer against Cobb, and I thought to myself, well, that can't be. Cobb's been in the big leagues for 4 or 5 years.
2-0. Last faced the Twins in 14. Mauer hasn't faced him so far. He likes what he sees, a solid single to left. And then he pulled not an off-speed pitch, but a fastball into the right field corner for an RBI double. 3-0. Vargas on deck.
Well, what a good at bat Joe's having here. 2 borderline fastballs away that Joe lays off, and then he tries to tempt him with that slow curveball down and in. And I don't know, as though they're going to give him a cookie here. They might be intentionally walking him by just pitching around the strike zone.
And it's a 4-pitch walk. I was about to say, I don't know that I've ever seen Joe ever swing on 3-0. And he didn't swing at that one. And now they're loaded up for Vargas, who's had a couple of futile at bats against Cobb. Cobb's given him a steady diet of low off-speed stuff, and we'll see if Vargas here in a key spot in the 5th can make the adjustment.
Well, Paul's got some choices on the bench. Robbie Grossman, switch hitter, but yesterday he pinch hit for Kenny Vargas later in the game. Today he's going to let him try to redeem himself. He's had a good stretch of being able to get some hits. Let's see, 3 for 9 in this series.
Big spot here for the big man. Outside, ball 1. Outside, ball 2. Vargas has only drawn 3 walks this year against the 20 strikeouts, but at the very least he has put himself in an enviable count.
Yeah, this is where you've really got to get a pitch that you want. You've got to talk about keyhole in a pitch. It's got to be the one you're looking for.
On the outside corner.
And that's probably not the one. Although Kenny is a low ball hitter.
Right. That was off the plate.
Yeah, he would rather have it middle plate or middle in.
Yeah. 2-1. And a breaking ball for a called strike 2.
Well, he took enough off of that the change of pace, not the break, is what froze Kenny Vargas. Ball stayed up, upper part of the strike zone. Let's take a look at this last pitch. He's got a lot of late break on his curveball.
2-2 to Vargas. Just missed the fastball over the inside corner. And Cobb wondering where that pitch was. We'll show you.
Well, it looked inside from here. From our angle, it's your angle, the center field camera.
3-2 to Kenny Vargas. Kepler on deck. Slashed foul. He was ready for that fastball, and we've seen 91, 91, 91. And now Cobb 2 pitches ago 92, that one 93.
Well, these are the at-bats that make a difference in a ball game. Kyle Gibson hoping that Kenny Vargas can maybe get a hit here. Got good runners on all bases. Dozier at second. Castro at third base, only 90 feet away.
Twins have not had a grand slam home run yet this year. Got him with another breaking ball. 2 down. That'll leave it to Kepler.
Boy, that was a good breaking ball. Let's look at pitch by pitch from Alex Cobb. That last at bat to Kenny Vargas. First pitch down and away, ball 1. Next pitch, curveball away, ball 2. Then a good sinking fastball, strike 1. A hanging breaking ball that caught the plate, fastball in that missed, and he fouls off a nasty ball away, and then the good curveball down and in under the swing of Kenny Vargas to get him striking out.
Kepler with a bouncer to second, and a screaming line drive caught in center by Kiermaier. Up and away, ball 1. And that strike called on the inside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, this is one of the guys you'd like at the plate. Max Kepler makes very good contact, typically drives the ball hard somewhere. One swing can tie it. A little activity in the Twins bullpen. Craig Breslow throwing now. Kyle Gibson only with 84 pitches, so maybe it'll be something that Paul Molitor has to decide after this half inning. But right now, Kepler needs to figure out a way to drive the ball and score a couple. There's Craig Breslow.
In search of some outfield grass. Again, the fastball that comes back over the inside corner, 1-2.
Well, Cobb not afraid to pitch into left-handers, and this one, man, he can't locate it a whole lot better. Here's what's happening. You keep throwing it there, and you keep throwing it there, and keep throwing it there, and pretty soon the home plate umpire, in this case James Hoy, is going to start giving it to you. 100 pitches now for Alex Cobb.
Foul tip hung on by Sucre, and the Twins leave them full. Trail 3-1. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm. Fox Sports North Saturday, June 3rd for the Girls on the Run Twin Cities Spring 5K at Normandale Community College as we inspire girls to be healthy and confident. To register, visit foxsportsnorth.com/events. Kevin Gork, Jack Morris, Dick Bramer, just thrilled to be here. A gorgeous day to watch Twins baseball. Glad you're taking time out of your holiday weekend to spend at least part of your time with us. Tough day for Kenny Vargas as the designated hitter. He has struck out 3 times and left 5 runners on against Alex Cobb. Gibson out there to start the 6th inning.
One thing we can say about Alex Cobb is he's made pitches when he's need to make pitches. And, that's a sign of a guy that knows what he's doing out there, pitching himself out of a couple jams. Twins have left 7 men on base so far.
And Logan Morrison leading off the 6th, taps one foul.
Alex Cobb is hanging in there. He's thrown a lot of pitches, 102 pitches through 5, but he's making pitches that he needs to make when he needs to make them. And Kenny Vargas has been the biggest victim of all. Good curveball today for Cobb.
1 strike. And now a ball.
We talked about Chris Archer and what a dominant slider he had in the game 1 of this series. There's Chris Archer. Alex Cobb sitting next to him, and different types of pitchers. Cobb doesn't have that electric fastball anymore, but what a curveball he's throwing today.
Morrison, Souza, and Erasmus, with Breslow continuing to warm up in the bullpen. Fly ball center field. Buxton hardly has to move. 1 down. And that'll bring up Souza, and this might be the last man that Gibson faces, with another left-handed batter, Colby Rasmus, on deck.
Well, you see his pitch count at 87, and he has yet to pitch beyond the 6th inning. In fact, this ties 2 other games where he's gone 5 1/3 innings.
And that rolls by Escobar, and Souza will reach on what should be a base hit. And we'll see whether the Twins make a move now with another left-handed batter coming up. It's a base hit for Souza. And Paul Molitor is going to make the change.
Well, Kyle Gibson kind of hung in there. Rough 1st inning. And then after that, just the 1 run that Tampa Bay got. He's going to leave the game. 5 1/3 innings pitched.
16 outs for Gibson, but an improved outing after a rough 1st inning. And he'll come out with the Twins trailing by 2. In the dugout, trailing 3-1. He's responsible for a runner at first after a rough 1st inning. one of the better outings he's had. The only run that scored after the first was an unearned run. And Craig Breslow will come in next.
Yeah, he'll be asked to maybe get a couple outs here. Usually doesn't pitch more than 1 inning, but you never know with this situation. Paul Molitor had to use 3 relievers yesterday, Duffy, Rogers, and Kinsler. And the Twins, like yesterday, are trying to play catch-up. So Breslow asked to get a couple outs here, facing the left-handed hitting Colby Rasmus.
An RBI single in the first for Rasmus, and then he went down swinging in the fourth. Souza at first with 1 down. Beautiful bunt. Mauer fields. He'll beat Rasmus to the bag. And on the play, Souza goes to second, 2 down. And that'll bring up Beckham.
Well, Rasmus was hoping to be able to bunt that ball a little bit further to Joe Mauer's right, and that would have created a situation that would have been more favorable for him. But Joe does a nice job of feeling that ball and then beating him to the bag.
Beckham hit the smash in the first inning. Escobar turned in a great play, not unlike the ball that Souza hit a few moments ago with Gibson still on the mound. Escobar made the play in the first. He could not make the play on Souza's ball, but the one in the first inning really at a key spot. That's a difference of at least 2 runs there. 1-0. And now 2-0. Both teams have had opportunities to score more than they have, although the Twins have had the better opportunities. Needed to get something out of the bottom of the 5th there, and they didn't do it.
Well, there's activity now in Tampa's bullpen, and with Alex Cobb throwing 102 pitches through 5, there's a good chance that they're going to make a pitching change.
The right, and it'll hang in the air for Kepler. And Breslow does his job getting the last 2 outs of the 6th inning.
The game, 5 innings pitched, and we'll see some outstanding curveballs here as we see the highlights from Alex Cobb today. He was outstanding. That curveball, man, it's got some serious spin rate, and that's how they judge curveballs sometimes and how much the ball drops. But a lot of pitches that are tough to hit, and even though he threw a lot of pitches over 5 innings, he ends up with 6 strikeouts. New pitcher, Chase Whitley. He'll take the mound, try to hold a 2-run lead.
Twins have left 7 men on through the first 5 innings. Cobb in position to pick up the win if the Rays bullpen can hold things. And as you can see from Whitley's numbers, he's done a nice job this year holding the score. He'll face Escobar, Rosario, and Buxton. Escobar 0 for 2. Hit a fly ball to center, hit a comebacker to the mound. Rosario with a walk and a single, and Buxton with a ground out and a single. Strike one. Whitley's first appearance of the series, and there is strike 2. Rays emerged years ago as an abrupt contender, and Joe Maddon deserved a lot of the credit, but he timed it right because he came into the Tampa Bay situation at a time when their system was starting to produce some tremendous arms. And as we said the other night, the names have changed, but the model has been pretty consistent. Sharply hit, a couple of hops gobbled up by Martinez. Escobar retired one down. James Shields, David Price, they're all gone, but they always seem, Jeremy Hellickson's gone. They all always seem to come up with some good young pitchers. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by State Farm. Combine home and auto and see how much you can save.
The one thing that hasn't changed in Tampa is their pitching coach, Jim Hickey.
Yeah.
He was there with Joe Maddon and now with Kevin Cash, and you know he's been good. He's a guy that understands it. He's had some great arms to work with, and we talked about Neil Allen. Some of those guys that you just mentioned came up through the minor leagues with Neil Allen. But Jim Hickey, he is really a student and has a great way to communicate. Guys buy into his way of thinking. There's Neil Allen, the Twins pitching coach.
And Rosario taps it foul. And sometimes the decisions that the Rays have made haven't been very popular with the players. David Price pitched in the postseason, and then he was sent back to the minor leagues the next year because they felt he needed more seasoning. Same too for Archer. Archer had pitched in the big leagues, but they felt long term he needed greater command of his changeup, and so he was sent to work with Neil Allen at AAA.
Well, it's one thing I've always said, that a wake-up call is sometimes the best medicine you can give a kid, and you know, once you get a taste of the big league life, AAA is a demotion, and you realize, hey, this is not where I want to finish. I want to get back there. If you've got any kind of heart at all, that's what you want. And David Price and Chris Archer responded quite nicely, I would say.
1-1 to Rosario, and a drive right center field, down for a hit. Souza cuts it off, fires it back in, an overthrow, and Rosario will reach safely. Rosario saw the overthrow, and the Rays covered up about as well as you could, but Rosario was able to take the extra base. And it was Rosario who was thrown out at the plate trying to run the bases aggressively in the 4th, and it was a close call here in the 6th.
Well, I don't know how they're going to rule this one, whether Rosario ever hesitated at all around first base.
It's got to be a single and an error.
I would think it is. It is, yes. You see the throw way over Martinez's head at second base, and Eddie just aware enough to take a good route. He comes around first base and rounds it quite nicely and sees the throw. He does hesitate, and that's why they rule it an error.
Well, now Rosario at second, Buxton at first. Buxton singled in the 4th, and then Stoll, we thought, stole second, but then Rosario was thrown out trying to score on the stolen base attempt. Push bunt, well, foul, no, where it's close to being a fair ball.
Well, this is kind of neat to have this split screen, but we can see Eddie Rosario running on the left. and the overthrow on the right. Eddie does hesitate a little bit. He sees it's going to go way over Martinez's head, so he keeps running. And it's ruled a base hit and an error at right field.
Runners are told to watch the throw, and Rosario was paying attention and was able to take an extra base. There's one on the ground. Buxton thrown out easily, and Rosario goes to third, but it's the second out. And now Castro.
Yeah, that was a drag bunt situation. I don't know if what you're looking at right there is any indication of what Paul thought of that play. His head's down. That's a play where if you're going to bunt it, you've got to get a base hit. I mean, you don't want to give up an out to advance a runner to third base when you're trailing by 2.
Buxton bunted foul on the first pitch and then backed it up with one put in play, but that's not a good baseball play. 2 down. Here's Castro. Castro's reached both times with a single and a walk, and the Twins are in danger of squandering another opportunity here. Up and away, ball 1. Rays committed what should have been a very costly error in the 5th, and now another one in the 6th. And with 2 outs, Rosario's at third. Cleveland beat Kansas City 10-1. Danny Duffy got knocked around. To right field and down for a hit. Castro delivers, and the Twins cash in. Now Castro digging for second. Souza's throw is off mark and backed up nicely by the pitcher.
Well, quite a day for Jason Castro. His second hit along with a walk. He's been on base all 3 times, twice as the leadoff man. And now he picks up an RBI to put the Twins within 1 run. See the ball left out over the plate, but he goes out and hooks it, drives it into right field. Easily going to score Eddie Rosario from third base. Jason aware of where that right fielder Souza Jr. is going, and he just challenges him to throw him out at second.
And I don't know whether I agree with this or not. Kevin Cash can do what he wants, but under these circumstances, I'm not so sure. I would rather face Brian Dozier than Jorge Polanco. Polanco's a switch hitter, and as we said, he's been pretty steady and seems overwhelmingly unoverwhelmable in situations like that, like this, if it makes any sense.
Well, it does. What he's, hopefully he'll put the ball in play here. Brian Dozier, I think Kevin Cash has enough respect with the 42 home runs last year that he doesn't want one swing of the bat to change it, but that could happen with Polanco at the plate, especially with this shift on. They're going to pitch him somewhat away, and Longoria the only one on the third base side of second base.
Yeah, see, I just feel really good about this situation with Polanco at the plate, tying run at second. Oh, excuse me, roller, 1-1. How they'll rule it yet with Castro's double, whether they will put this in as an earned run or an unearned run. But it's a run, that's the main thing, and it's a 1-run ball game. And if Polanco can find some outfield grass, it might be a tie game. Outside, and it's 2-1. And this is the guy they really want to get because they don't want to have to face Bauer in the on-deck circuit.
Well, I just can't understand why you would throw a ball away and you only got one defender on the left side of the infield. That last pitch was a fastball away, and if you can have any kind of bat control, pretty easy just slap it that way.
Polanco with a good swing, but a foul, 2-2.
Whitley doing himself well here by getting ahead of Polanco.
Twins in search of a 2-out hit. They've already got one this inning from Castro, now looking for one from Polanco. Inside, 3-2. And a walk fills them up for Mauer.
The Twins have really had a lot of opportunities in this game to really be up by several runs right here, but it's been a grind. And Paul Molitor talked about how the players are at least trying to grind out these at-bats. Right now, Jorge Polanco grinding out an at-bat. Hopefully he'll have a good result.
Full count to Polanco. And pitch away. And to your point,
he tried to go that way.
Yeah. There's one man over there.
It's more of a defensive hack right there, but here's the sequence of pitches from Whitley. First one up, then one in the zone. See that 2 pitches have been away.
Polanco with 1 strikeout every 10 at bats. He's a tough guy to put away on strikes. Fouled back.
And eventually it wears on a pitcher. When you have at bats like this, you wanna record an out quickly, and 3-2 and you have to reload, and 3-2 and you reload and reload and reload and reload, and pretty soon you feel like you're going to make a mistake.
Only 2 hitters in the American League so far this year are tougher to strike out. Mookie Betts and Dustin Pedroia. Whitley again on 3-2. To right center field. Oh, Kiermaier streaks in to make the catch. And Polanco almost got the game leading hit. Instead, the Twins settle for 1. Story of the game.
Well, Rays got on the board first early in the first inning. Ball getting over Brian Dozier's head. That scores Souza, and then Colby Rasmus hits a solid base hit up the middle, and that puts Longoria to the plate. Then Joe Mauer gets a double to right field, and that'll score Jorge Polanco for the Twins' first run. Top of the 5th inning. Tampa comes right back. Kiermaier gets a double to right field, and that scores their 3rd run, Corey Dickerson. And then last half inning, Jason Castro gets a double, scores Eddie Rosario, and the Twins trail by 1 as we head to the 7th inning.
And the leadoff man in the 7th inning for the Rays is Michael Martinez. Strike on the outside corner. Breslow got the last 2 men of the 6th. He'll face Martinez, Sucre, and Dickerson here in the 7th. Or at least those are the 3 hitters lined up. There's no activity in the Twins bullpen. foul into the Twins dugout. Martinez struck out in the second and hit a fly ball to center in the fifth. That is a fair ball. Castro throws out the speedy Martinez easily, one away. That'll bring up Sucre.
Jason Castro jumping out of the catcher's box there. Makes it look easy.
And now Sucre 0 for 2, a fly ball and a ground ball. A little update on the highlight or low light we showed you earlier. Mike Trout sliding into second base. They're diagnosing it as a sprained thumb. X-rays were negative, so that part's good. Game's better with Mike Trout not on the disabled list. Whether he has to go on the disabled list or not, of course, that's up to the Angels, but at least there's no broken bone.
You know, and when I watched that, we showed the highlight, low light, whatever you want to call it, of Trout sliding into second base. And I think back of Ricky Henderson, all the times he slid in head first, and the guy was so durable, he rarely got hurt.
Base hit to left by Sucre with one out in the seventh. Byron Buxton in his rookie season went into second base like that and ended up blowing out his thumb. Tuesday, June 20th is University of St. Thomas night at Target Field. A limited number of St. Thomas theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a purple and gray Twins cap. You can learn more at twinsbaseball.com/St. Thomas or call 800-33-TWINS. Here's Dickerson.
And back to the top of the order. Craig Breslow tried to keep the ball down here, get a ground ball, maybe turn two.
Swing and a miss. Sucre decided to hit it away from Brian Dozier. He was robbed of a hit by Dozier behind the second base bag in the fifth inning. Up the line, foul, 2 strikes.
We've been talking about the effectiveness of the bullpen. And again in this game, and it was somewhat anticipated with Kyle Gibson pitching today that the bullpen would get some work in, and now again a close ball game. They're asked to hold the other team down, and they've done such a good job with that. Paul Molitor and Neil Allen just really have done a good job of spinning the magic out of the pen, getting exactly what they want out of all the guys they use.
I don't think he'll object to this, but again, I'm going to go back to the double headers and the innings that the Twins got from the starting pitchers.
No question.
You know, the Twins had a great series in Baltimore, and their bullpen was better than Baltimore's in that 3-game series. That's why they won all 3 games. But boy, you have 2 double headers in 4 days, and it can have a wilting effect on your bullpen.
No question. It can derail the bullpen and set you back for a month at a time sometimes when you have that many back-to-back games. Especially in a short sequence like you mentioned. It's one thing to have a double header, but to have 2 in 4 days, you're going to have a lot of taxation on the bullpen. Ryan Garten getting to throw, the right-hander.
Ryan Garten might be the next guy out of the Rays bullpen. 1 and 2. And hitting a good spot just out of the reach of Escobar and Polanco. A flare to left. First and second, 1 down for Kiermaier. And that'll bring up Kiermaier, and of course, being a left-handed batter, Breslow will be left in to face him. Fox Tracks presented by Carrier.
Well, he got in just enough, but you see Dickerson just fighting that ball off, kind of fisted it, and both guys throw their gloves up, Escobar and Polanco, but it finds a hole between the 2 of them.
Kiermaier with a double. Actually, a pair of doubles, one in the first inning, another one in the fifth, went to third on the Kepler error. Missing inside, ball one.
This is a tough guy to double up. Kevin Kiermaier, probably the fastest guy on their team.
Breslow got the first 3 men he faced, but now back-to-back singles.
You can see the numbers. He's having a heck of a series here against the Twins.
Breaking ball missing inside, 2-0.
So it's going to require some work for the bullpen. Craig Breslow in particular right here. Need a hard hit ball on the ground right to one of the infielders.
Would you take a one hopper back to the mound?
I'd do that. That'd be fun.
There's a strike on a breaking ball.
Taylor Rogers now up and throwing in the Twins bullpen. He was used for an inning in yesterday's game.
Missed inside, 3-1. Longoria on deck.
Taylor kind of hurrying up. A lot of times Eddie Guardado understands, being the relief pitcher that he was, understands the situation, and with Breslow falling behind here, he might have him trying to hurry and get some throws in. He might be coming in after this at bat.
Almost foul. Dickerson's hit not well struck. Just the second, his third hit allowed by Breslow against lefties. Breslow's been pretty good against righties too, and you got a dangerous one in Longoria on deck before there's another lefty in Logan Morrison. Full count with one down. Flared, foul.
Such an important half inning for the Twins. They've been battling and battling. Floundered a few opportunities to maybe score or even go ahead, but they're within one. And there's 3 more chances for the Twins offensively. Minimum of 3.
To right center field. And now Kepler comes in, not deep enough for anybody to advance, and a big out there.
Yeah, good break too. The ball hung up. Kepler took a step back and had plenty of time, and where it landed there was no chance for Sucre to advance.
2 down, and now Longoria. Neil Allen to the mound. Sucre got a base hit with 1 down, but prior to that, Breslow's been pretty tough, stingy against lefties. They came into the game with just a .237 average against Breslow.
Well, I'm sure this conversation is about the guys coming up, Evan Longoria, and the guy on deck, Logan Morrison. And you know, a lot of times pitching coach will ask a veteran player who he'd prefer to try to handle here. Now I know publicly they're not going to do anything, but pitching coach will ask him, you know, be careful with Longoria if you're more confident with Morrison.
Even though it's third base, it's open,
right,
not first.
Exactly. You got a base open, and that's what you say. You got 2 outs, you need 1 out here, and pick your poison.
Longoria 3 for 9 with a walk in 10 plate appearances against Breslow. But of course, this is a different Craig Breslow. Dropping down to the side and missing outside, ball 1.
Now, with all that being said, this guy at the plate is the guy that's really done the damage against the Twins over the last few years. He's the face of their franchise, and you typically don't want him to be the guy to beat you.
Poked foul, 1-1. He has had so far a rather quiet series. Breslow trying to keep it that way. On the ground, Dozier has it, sets, fires, and Breslow pounds his glove, stranding a couple of runners, giving up a couple of base hits, but yielding no runs, and it's still 3-2. Very special weekend, of course, a holiday weekend of baseball. All the more reason to bring you God Bless America.
Fans, please rise and welcome Twins audition winner and Hastings High School show choir director Megan Kanoki from New Brighton. She's going to lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Giancarlo Stanton with another long home run, his 13th of the year today. Adam Duvall with a couple of home runs, and the Reds beat the Phillies. And Josh Tomlin matched up against Danny Duffy, and Danny Duffy got pounded, and Josh Tomlin picked up his 5th career complete game. And the Indians right now are 2.5 games behind the Twins. Maybe the best term or best news long term for baseball. X-rays were negative on Mike Trout's thumb. He has a sprained thumb, and this might be one of those situations, Jack, where the Angels could somehow benefit with the 10-day disabled list. Sprained thumb sounds like he's going to miss some time, but maybe not 2 weeks, and so it might be that Trout would be put on the disabled list, but then be able to come back in a week and a half. We'll see. Here's Ryan Garten pitching for the Rays. Twins down a run, and Joe Mauer will lead things off. Up and in, ball one. Twins got a run against Whitley, and now Garten. Mauer's reached all 3 times, 2 hits and a walk. Strike, 1-1. The walk in the 5th filled the bases with 1 out, and then Cobb, who turned out to be his final 2 at bats of the game, struck out Vargas and Kepler, and the Twins ended up leaving the bases full. Hit well, left field. This ball's deep and gone. Bauer ties the game with a home run. A bullet to left, and it's 3-3.
Have a game, Joe Mauer. His third hit, a single, a double, and now a home run to tie it. And that gets the hometown crowd into the game.
All 3 hits hit very sharply, and this one had just enough carry to clear the wall and left. Tie game. Now Vargas. Vargas takes up around the hands. Ball 1. Three swinging strikeouts for Vargas. All 3 with men on base. On the ground, couple of hops to Martinez. 1 down.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the counts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Minnesota Twins. I just was looking at Kenny Vargas and said there's no way he's going to strike out 4 times. And I almost predicted a back-to-back job there, but
here's Kepler. Up and away, ball 1. Kepler's hitless today. He's hit the ball hard once. He struck out for the 3rd out of the 5th inning. Good for the Twins to finally get it tied up. They trailed 2-0 before they even took an at bat. And now even at 3, 2-0 to Kepler.
This is kind of the face of this team, I think. The grinding. Paul Molitor talked about it. We've really not ignited anything at home yet for whatever reason. But the fact that these last 2 games, they've really done a great job of staying in the game when the starting pitchers maybe weren't at their best. Kyle Gibson did a nice job of keeping the damage minimized. And now Craig Breslow, a couple innings.
High fly right field. It's in the ballpark. In fact, Souza has to come in. 2 down. You know, Paul said that was his message. Remember in the last homestand, I think it was the first game of the Kansas City doubleheader a week ago today, and he had a kind of a halftime talk with the team.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, stop your whining, stay engaged in the game, and see what happens. Keep after it. You know, keep plugging away. Now, they didn't win that game, but they did win the nightcap. Then they won all 3 in Baltimore. They were shut down by Archer. The ball rolled to the right side, and Escobar's quickly retired. But leading off the inning, Joe Mauer with a home run, his 3rd of the year, and we are tied at 3.
The 3-game series over at Target Field. I'm Anthony LaPanta inside Mall of America studio. Join us tomorrow afternoon for a Memorial Day special, 12:30 for Twins Live. And then the Twins and Astros open a series in downtown Minneapolis. That's tomorrow, Memorial Day, here on Fox Sports North. Now let's go back to the ballpark.
Where we've got a good one. 3-3, Mauer's home run. Tying the game, we head to the 8th inning. Games have been good. We've seen a dominant pitching performance from Chris Archer on Friday. The Rays won that ball game. And the Twins came back and won last night. Taylor Rogers will come in to pitch to the Rays in the 8th. Scores 5-2 Friday, 5-3 for the Twins last night, and now 3-3.
Yeah, it's been again a slow pace game, but a good game here to watch today.
Fastball zipped in along the hands. Ball 1. And now 2-0. Morrison, Souza, and Erasmus, the scheduled batters here in the 8th.
A gorgeous day here in downtown Minneapolis. Nearly 30,000 fans show up. 29,951 paid attendance today, and they're waiting for the Twins to rally late again to get real excited.
We had one walk-off win this year. That was on a Mauer home run. The 8th inning heroics by Dozier yesterday. Oh, Polanco as well. Polanco hit a fly ball. And taken for a strike.
Paul Molitor calls Taylor Rogers icy. He said he just doesn't have a lot of emotion. He's got ice in his veins. He goes out there and nothing really rattles him. He's one of those guys that really has a competitive spirit deep inside.
Oh, back when he struck out Chris Davis for the final out of the, what was it, 8th inning in Baltimore the other day. He was not stoic at all. He was pumped up. Chris Jimenez kind of overshadowed him in terms of showing emotion.
Yeah.
Fought back to even the count at 2-2. Breaking ball lifted, foul, out of play. We've talked about this. Rogers has done a better job this year against right-handed batters. He was tough against lefties last year, but he's tightened things up against righties, and he'll have to face a tough one in Souza in the on-deck circle. Another 2-2 coming. Morrison leading off the Tampa Bay 8th. Got him.
Right there.
Plenty of heat. 95 miles per hour in a really good spot.
He just locked him up, a couple breaking balls, and I think that's what Morrison was sitting on. He throws that fastball belt high away and just locks him up. And I don't know it's whether by design or not, but Taylor Rogers is kind of emerging as the setup guy, the 8th inning guy, and as of late, and of course Brandon Kinsler being the closer, getting those late innings.
Souza the batter, missing inside, ball 1. Last year Rogers, right-handers hit Rogers at a nearly 300 clip. And there's a solid single to left by Souza with 1 out in the 8th. That'll bring up Rasmus, another left-handed batter. unless the Rays go to their bench, and it looks like they're going to. Businesses of all sizes gain an edge by hosting their clients during a Twins game at Target Field. You can take advantage of all that Target Field has to offer, from a private suite to special group seating arrangements. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS and ask about a Twins group outing. Ricky Weeks is going to hit. I believe that's Weeks, isn't it?
Yep, it's Ricky Weeks.
And he will hit for Rasmus. Weeks reached 3 times yesterday. And as I don't know if you can overemphasize this point, but we'll remind you again, 86 at bats and 44 strikeouts. I don't want to beat it into the ground, but my goodness, that's.
Well, let's hope he has 45 right here.
Strike one. Weeks the most commonly used pinch hitter for the Rays this year. 1 for 7. Cracked foul, 0-2.
Now that Taylor Rogers is ahead in the count, he's got some options, and that's a good place to be. You've got a runner at first. He's a left-handed pitcher, and he's not the runner at first. Is Steven Souza Jr., not known as a real speedy guy. They're going to hold him on, but he's not going anywhere here. And Weeks prone to strikeouts. You want him to maybe chase one here. Souza doesn't have a stolen base yet this year.
Back foot slider. Taylor Rogers is not Andrew Miller. We know that, but he's got a lot of the same pitches. Miller throws mid-90s and that wicked breaking ball, and Rogers threw a nasty one there, literally a back foot slider, and Weeks did a nice job not swinging over the top of it.
You know, I think it's a good comparison. If you could project Rogers to be about another foot taller, very similar delivery, really.
That is foul by inches. He barely got it by Escobar, and Weeks smoked that ball pretty good.
Well, Escobar is playing no doubles defense down the third base line. He's a step and a dive to the line, and that's a preventative type deal. Going to give you the ball to his glove side, his left side, but stay away from the doubles. And this ball almost stays within the line, just foul.
We'll just go with, had it been fair, he would have caught it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go with that.
1-2 to Weeks. Fastball away. '86 at bats, and Weeks is not grounded into a double play, in part because he has struck out so much. Just missed the edge. Castro held it for a while. It's ball 3.
Tried to backdoor that slider right there and just stayed off the plate. Take another look at it. It just didn't come back close enough. You see Castro trying to frame that one, but stayed up a little too high.
We'll see if Souza takes off here on this 3-2 pitch. He does not, and the pitch lifted foul. Weeks still has power. Rays as a team just 5 for 32 in the pinch hitting department. Brandon Kintzler, Ryan Presley getting loose. Rogers trying to get Weeks. Sharply hit. Dozier, line drive, flip to first. Save! And Paul Molitor with a foot out of the dugout. A very close play, and it will be looked at least by the Twins video coordinator, Sean Harlan.
Well, Brian Dozier couldn't get anything on his throw. He threw a little lollipop back over to Joe Mauer. You see him going to his left, making a nice catch, but then off balance, and he just throws a changeup back there.
Yep,
and he's clearly back safe.
So 2 down, a runner at first, and now Beckham.
Pitch selection for Ricky Weeks. Breaking ball, fastball, a couple more breaking balls, fastball up and away, and finally gets him with a fastball on the outer half that he went the other way, swung well, and Brian Dozier makes a nice play.
Beckham 0 for 3. On the ground, right through the hole, a base hit. Buxton was playing back by the warning track, so the runner will advance to third base. Souza scampering with the Twins in no doubles defense in the infield and the outfield. It's a 2-out single. Now first and third, 2 down.
You know, we're seeing a Tampa Bay Ray team here today that's more indicative of what they used to be like than the team that we've seen the first 2 games, where home runs have been part of it. They've been scrapping here and there and moving runners and creating opportunities for themselves, and it isn't easy for either side in this game. Michael Martinez will get a chance here with 2 down.
Martinez 0 for 3. Down and in, ball 1. Breslow pitched an inning and 2/3, but in the 7th inning he stranded a couple of runners, and now Rogers trying to strand 2 in the 8th.
Well, interesting selection right here for Paul Molitor. He's sticking with Taylor Rogers instead of the right-hander Ryan Presley.
Popped up right field. Kepler.
That should do it.
If he has room. And he does. Rogers strands 2 in the 8th. Still tied at 3.
Game as the Twins come to bat in the bottom of the 8th. Stay with us directly after the game for Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll take a look at how Kyle Gibson battled his way through to the no decision today. Mauer power here at Target Field, his 3rd home run of the season. We'll hear from the manager, Paul Molitor. And you also have another assignment, Twins fans. You need to head to the Fox Sports North Facebook page. Prism Research brings in the Twins' final pitch, a really cool version of a wrap-up of this series and this game today, and a neat preview of the big series with baseball's best as the Astros come calling for holiday baseball tomorrow, gentlemen.
All right, should be an exciting finish here this afternoon. Thank you, Kevin. Taylor Rogers with a scoreless 8th inning. Now Garton's out there for his 2nd inning of work. Rasmus out of the game. Peter Borges is in left field. And here is Eddie Rosario leading off the 8th.
Rosario, like Mauer, has been on base all 3 at bats. 2 hits and a walk.
Ball 1. Garton throws hard. Got a good fastball, and Rosario hasn't met a fastball that he doesn't like.
Maybe that
one. any of them that hit him, he's not too fond of. 2-0. Rosario with 2 singles, a walk. (3-0).
Well, Eddie with good speed and good instincts at first base. If we can get him down there, leadoff man, especially with a walk, it'll be a kiss of death for Tampa.
And a belt high strike at 93. 3-1.
Taken all away on that last pitch.
And there is ball 4. And somehow the Rays have managed to walk Eddie Rosario twice in one game.
Twice. How does that happen?
Bringing his season total for Eddie Rosario in walks from 5 to 7. And now Buxton, who bunted with 1 out in the 6th inning, will certainly be bunting here in the 8th.
Jim Hickey, pitching coach, going to go talk to the entire infield, discuss the situation here. And not sure what Paul's going to have him do. I don't think he was overly excited about his drag bunt attempt his last at bat, but this is more a conventional bunting situation here, trying to move that guy right there, Eddie Rosario, over to second base. Nobody out. Maybe trade an out to move a runner 90 feet at this point.
And the hope is that Buxton, in the event he's being asked to bunt, will square and not try to bunt like he's trying to get a base hit. Just put it on the ground. Rosario runs well enough, and who knows, he may end up at first base.
Right. You and I know that we watch him almost every day take batting practice, and he'll take at least a dozen bunts and lay them down very nicely when he just takes his time.
Squaring early. Beautiful bunt.
Perfect.
And they still need to hurry. And safe. No, they got him. Martinez somehow was able to keep a foot or retain a foot on the bag, and we'll see if the Twins take a look at this.
Well, Jeff Smith, the first base coach, immediately pointing to Paul Molitor. And did he keep it on? It's off there.
And
he got it. He got it back
on. And if he had been ruled safe, I can guarantee you Kevin Cash would have come out and said that Buxton was in the throwing lane to first base. So it is a successful sacrifice for Buxton. And Rosario is at second for Jason Castro. Buxton was clearly well in on the grass even, but he got the sacrifice down.
Well, that's what they wanted him to do there, and he does a nice job getting the ball on the ground in a good spot, putting pressure on the infield. Pitcher.
Castro with 2 hits and a walk. Strike on the outside corner.
Bottom 3 in the lineup has really had some nice at bats. Buxton there, doing his job along with a hit. Rosario with 3 hits. And Castro with a pair of hits and a walk.
Off to second. And Rosario goes back in head first, and let's hope he didn't get stepped on. Beckham had to leap for the throw. Almost looked like the throw was intended for Kiermaier and not Beckham.
Now this is called the daylight play, where the shortstop flashes his glove as he's going back to the bag, and that's an indication for the pitcher to wheel and spin. You can see Eddie diving back, the ball thrown high, and yeah, the spikes could have come down at any part of his appendages.
He got spiked in the helmet. 1 strike. And now 2 strikes. Astros singled to left in the 3rd, walked in the 5th, doubled into the right field corner in the 6th. Big 2-out double got the Twins to within 1.
Go ahead run at second base. Eddie Rosario. Good speed.
Ooh, turned him away with a fastball.
.93-mile-an-hour heater right here. Almost catches him on the elbow.
One and 2 to Castro. Sucre had to lunge to make the catch. 2-2.
Yeah, it was a breaking ball that squirted out of Garton's fingers. Stayed up in the zone.
Foul straight back.
Nice swing right there. Had a pitch that he could handle. Just missing driving that ball. You don't get cookies like that very often.
Looked like a cutter or something right over the inside.
Cutter that didn't cut, one of Tim Laudner's favorite pitches.
2-2 to Jason Castro.
Ooh.
Up high. Full count. Sucre bluffed to throw to second.
Jason doing a nice job of laying off that pitch. He looked like he was almost committed to swing, and he got his hand started but held his bat back. And here we go again, another action pitch.
Dozier on deck, first base open. Not close. When the Twins left the bases loaded in the 5th inning, they filled them without a hit. They took 2 walks and an error to fill the bases. And now here in the 8th inning, 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And they have yet to get a hit this inning. It'll be the top of the order, Brian Dozier, coming in or coming up with 2 men on and only 1 out. Another pitching change for the Rays. Driven to deep right center field. This is back. Gone. A for Brian Dozier. And the Twins take a 4-2 lead. That was in the 8th inning yesterday. And who's going to come up in maybe the game deciding at bat here this afternoon? Same guy, Brian Dozier.
Yeah, interesting, because of the 2 walks, Kevin Cash probably won't have the same decision to make, but he intentionally walked Brian Dozier in the 6th inning.
Stanek coming in. He throws hard, upper 90s and above. But as those numbers suggest, a tough time controlling things.
No, it's not Noah Syndergaard.
No, but 5 walks in 4 innings. And Dozier, I'm sure, is aware of that. Trying to stay in the strike zone here. And the first pitch, 99 at the knees.
And a pretty fluid, free and easy 99.
One strike to Dozier. 100 and a swinging strike 2.
Well, when a guy throws that hard, you're going to have a very, very short time to recognize and react.
Dozier struck out his first 2 times up today. 0-2 to Brian Dozier. On the ground and through for a hit. Rosario will score, and Dozier comes through in the 8th inning again.
Well, that might have been the weakest ball Brian has ever hit for an RBI, but guess what? He found the right spot with the shift on. He hit it to where the second baseman probably would have been playing with a runner on first. Let's look at pitch by pitch. The first 2, nothing but gas. 99 and then 100. No chance on the second pitch. And then a little breaking ball at 92 where Brian just gets it out of the reach of Michael Martinez, the diving second baseman. Rosario scores, and the Twins take the lead.
And a 2-strike approach from Dozier, just trying to make contact. And a bleeder through the infield has given the Twins their first lead today. Here is Polanco.
Castro doing a good job of base running too. He gets all the way around to third base.
A high drive right center field, headed toward the gap. Kiermaier makes a fabulous catch. Tagging from third, Dozier's got to hustle. He'll get back to first, and Castro scores from third. What a fantastic catch by Kiermaier, but the Twins get another run. Wow.
Well, 2 great things there. First of all, Jorge Polanco crushes this ball, and the one thing good about it is he picks up an RBI, because easily he's going to score Castro from third base. But what a catch by Kevin Kiermaier.
What a recovery by Brian Dozier. He had well-rounded the second base bag and had to retouch. So Kiermaier just showing a phenomenal range in center field, makes the catch. And when he made the catch, Dozier was 15 feet off of the second base bag, retouched and got back. If he doesn't get back, the sacrifice fly is not a sacrifice fly. Mauer takes high, ball 1. In case you're wondering, that's treated like a force play.
Yeah.
If Dozier doesn't get back to the bag.
Right. Run would not have counted. As it stands, Twins scored 2, both on walks. Joe Mauer up, a triple away from the cycle.
Down low, 2-0. Again, the Twins' ability to take walks, and Rosario's willingness to take a walk. Not his strength as an offensive player, but his leadoff walk has opened the door for a 2-run inning at least.
And that extra run, the run that was just scored by Jason Castro, that gives a little breathing room for Brandon Kinsler. He'll probably come in a safe situation now here to pitch the 9th inning.
Kinsler ready. It's just a question of what the lead is.
Well, either way, he's getting the 9th, even if it isn't a safe situation. He's been up and throwing and ready to go.
3-0 to Bauer. Strike called. Ooh. Pitch looked outside. Joe thought so as well, but it's strike 2. That's why it looked outside. It was. Full count to Bauer. Dozier will leave early from first. Up the middle, a 4-hit game for Bauer. Dozier to third. He's being waved around. Here's a throw from Souza. Offline. Out. Great tag by Sucre at the plate. Dozier trying to score from first on a single. The throw offline, and Sucre with a great catch and tag. Twins will look at it. Dozier getting up. Who is going to get to the plate first? That might be Dozier by a fingertip.
I think he's safe.
And the Twins won't challenge.
Oh, they should.
Well,
they are.
Paul Molitor put his. Oh, they are. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's the best view we're going to get right here. And of course, he blocks out his hand so you can't see it. I think he's safe.
On the other angle, this angle right here. The glove above the hand.
Fingertips touch before.
The glove doesn't start. Yeah, I think he's in there. We'll see whether the call is overturned. And if it is, literally by a fingernail.
By a batting glove. Well, Paul really has nothing to lose by challenging this one.
Still, you're playing with the lead, and you like to have that in the bank. Of course, it's the 9th inning. Out.
Oh.
Dozier called out on a close play. But he got the big hit yesterday in the 8th, and he got a big hit again in the 8th today. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm. Twins trying to win a series at home against a good pitching staff. Brandon Kintzler in the game with a 2-run lead. Jesus Sucre taking strike one. Sucre singled his last time up, robbed of a hit by Dozier in the 5th. 2 bench moves left for the Rays. Their catcher Derek Norris could hit, although that's a reluctant move for any manager to make. And then Daniel Robertson. 1 strike to Sucre.
Kintzler doing a great job. Strike 1.
Pulled foul. 2 strikes.
When Kintzler comes into baseball games, it's usually strike 1. He's a guy that has really good command. We see his fastball that can tail back in, so it's a backdoor to a right-hander that can get the outside corner.
Sucre, then Dickerson and Kiermaier. Down and away, 1-2. Two and two.
Crowd pretty quiet. You got a 2-run lead. You got 3 outs to go. You don't have to wait until 2 strikes on the last out to get on your feet and get crazy.
Got it.
There it is.
On the outside corner at 95. Well, here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Twins will catch a break in that they don't face either Keuchel or McCullers, the top 2 guys for the Astros, and they will send their top 2 guys, Santana and Barrios, in the 3-game series.
They've been playing good baseball. They swept the series in Baltimore, and hopefully going to win 2 out of 3 here at home. So the Twins on a little bit of a roll, playing solid baseball.
On the outside corner to Dickerson.
But first things first, 2 more outs.
Yep. Dickerson singles his last 2 times up, 3 for 8 in the series. To the left field corner and foul. And 2. And another foul. Off the plate, and it's 1-2. You know, you saw Sucre strike out looking at 95. No one would think of Brandon Kintzler as being a power pitcher, but 95 is 95.
Last one 96, and I don't know if we've got some mechanical issues with some technology or not, but it's gas.
He's consistently thrown in the mid-90s. There's 96 again. I asked you this the other night when Archer was on the mound. Where does Kintzler get his power? He's 6 foot tall.
Well, good mechanics. You know, Brandon, he comes set kind of high with his hands up by his head, but the way he pushes off and follows through, all his energy is going right towards the catcher's glove. So he has a good finish to his pitches, and you know, he's not a big guy either, but he's strong. He's got strong legs, strong back, and finishes off very nicely.
Kinsler's 6 foot, 191 pounds. Castro with a brief word. 10 pitches, 7 strikes for Kinsler. And nice job by Dickerson to keep the at bat alive.
Kinsler is one of those guys that can, I don't think he can throw a ball straight. He's got such movement on everything he throws. And it works in his advantage most of the time because he gets strike one and he can make a ball go into the zone with movement.
Stood him up. 2-2. 10 years ago, he was pitching for Winnipeg, the Gold Eyes of the Independent Northern League.
I played up there.
You did?
I played for the St. Paul Saints against the Gold Eyes.
2-2. Another foul.
It's the only game of my career where I had to try to stall because I couldn't see the catcher. The sun was coming directly behind home plate. And upper deck, lower deck, the old ballpark there.
And fans hoping the Twins can finish off a series victory with a win here today. Kinsler is 2 outs away. And Dickerson just won't go away.
Yeah, what a battle this is. 14th pitch of the inning right there.
Another 2-2 from Kinsler to Dickerson. And he swung a pitch down and in and got a piece of it. You just don't sense that Dickerson's going to swing and miss and strike out.
Well, there's going to be a whole spray of pitches here in this at bat. Most of them strikes. Ten pitches, I think, in this at bat.
To center, and Buxton plays it on a hop. Great at bat for Corey Dickerson. And that gets Kiermaier to the plate as the tying run.
I love it when we say that, and I'm guilty of it too. Great at bat. Well, if it was a great at bat, he would have hit the first strike. I love that. I absolutely love that graphic when we put that up there and there's a whole pile of pitches.
Well, now Kiermaier, who has a couple of doubles in the game today. And Kiermaier will hit, and then Longoria will hit, unless Kiermaier hits into a double play.
Well, they're not going to roll over. The Tampa Bay Rays have played just as hard as the Minnesota Twins in this series, and nothing's coming easy in this ball game.
Just outside, ball one. Kiermaier, who single-handedly perhaps kept this game within reach for the Rays with his left hand when he made that great catch on Polanco's drive in the bottom of the 8th. Now he's trying to tie it up. Now some debris, a plastic wrapper or bag at the edge of the mound.
Well, Bat Boy might as well just stop right there because he got one floating towards his head.
Wind's kicked up here. In fact,
it's all stuff coming from the third deck.
Yep. 1-1. That's to the left field corner and spinning into the seats. 1-2. One and two to Kevin Kiermaier. Got it. 2 down. A sinker down and away.
Kinsler throwing strikes. Not going to give any free passes. Finally gets Kiermaier to chase the ball off the plate away. Good movement on this fastball. You see the sink and the run. And 2 strikeouts for 2 outs for Brandon Kinsler.
Evan Longoria 0 for 2 with 2 walks today. Hitless in the series. Strike 1. Kinsler has a chance to tie Ken Giles for the league lead in saves if he can get Longoria here. Runner goes, Twins don't care. Strike 2.
And they're on their feet.
Foul back. And it's still 0-2. One and two. Following yesterday's script where the only Twins lead was the last lead of the game, trying to do the same thing again here this afternoon.
You've got a veteran hitter facing a guy that has been in these situations many times. Brandon Kinsler doing what he does to stay away from the whooping zone.
Tapper up the line, foul.
Jason Castro going to the mound here, and I think this is just a breather is all this is. There's not a lot of strategy. You know, they might want to discuss the next couple of pitches, but more than anything, just give him a breather. He had a long at bat against Corey Dickerson. A couple strikeouts, thrown a lot of pitches already. 25 pitches in this half inning.
16 pitches in the save yesterday, and now this will be number 26 here today. Dozier with a home run in the 8th inning yesterday, leading to the Twins to a win. An 8th inning single here today. One and two to Longoria. Two and two. Foul back just over our heads. And the pitch count continues to climb for Kinsler. And now Longoria battling to fill the count. This is similar to Dickerson's at bat. Dickerson ended up finishing the at bat with a single. A lot of 2-strike fouls. Morrison, the on deck hitter. Three and 2 to Longoria. Driven to the left field corner. Rosario over. Won't get there. It'll be an extra base hit for Longoria. And the Rays are very much alive. It's 5-4 with the tying run at second. So Longoria battling Kinsler with a double at the end of the at bat. And Dickerson scores from second.
Neil Allen kind of take a little trip to the mound here, but Evan Longoria, we talked about the fact he's been hitless in this series, and he picks a great at bat in his final at bat, hopefully. And you see all the pitches that were thrown again by Brandon Kinsler. Finally gets the ball up and out over the plate and pulls it into the left field corner.
Too good of a hitter to go hitless for a whole series, at least against the Twins, and he represents the tying run now at second with 2 away. Ryan Presley warming up. And Kinsler will start this at bat with 29 pitches thrown.
Brandon Kinsler got a save in yesterday's game where he allowed a hit and earned run. And today allowing another run.
They're going to walk Morrison to put him aboard. So the go-ahead run intentionally walked, and Kinsler instead will go after the right-handed batter Steven Souza.
Well, Souza got back-to-back hits his last 2 at bats. He walked in the 4th inning, so he's been on base all 4 times, on with a fielder's choice and an RBI way back in the 1st inning.
And he homered here on Friday. Down and away, ball 1. This almost certainly the last man Kinsler would be asked to get if the game is extended beyond this at bat. Presley would come in.
Well, he's already in that territory of pitches that Paul might have to have him sit a day tomorrow.
2-0.
You can see what happens for a guy that's not used to pitching more than maybe 15-18 pitches. He's starting to struggle a little bit with his command.
And again, Dickerson singled, and it wasn't just that he singled, but he singled after a very long at bat, a lot of fouls, and that's run up Kinsler's pitch count. 2-0 to Souza. Goes after some high cheese. 2-1.
Well, even that high pitch right there, a fastball, had a lot of tail to it. Came back in on Souza and kind of ate him up a little bit.
Just off the edge, and it's 3-1. On the year, Souza strikes out about once every 3 at bats. He has yet to strike out today.
Peter Borges is the on-deck hitter. He has been in the game defensively, replacing Ricky Weeks, who replaced Colby Rasmus.
3-1 to Souza. To right field. Down for a hit. Kepler charges. Here's the throw coming to the plate. Longoria is safe, and the game is tied. The Rays strike back for at least 2 in the top of the 9th.
Well, the throw beats Longoria to home plate, but it was up the right field line a little bit. Castro having to go out to catch the ball and then come all the way back around to try to tag Longoria.
Twins are going to take a look at it. Kepler's throw.
You can see it's up the line a little bit, but his foot got in.
Unless the left foot crossed over the plate and not on it. Paul Molitor has to ask the umpires if they will take a look at it, because remember, he used his challenge in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, and it's good of the umpires. This is a game tying situation late in the game, but
yeah, it looks like
I think he's safe.
Now the ball's in his bare hand, not in the glove.
Oh boy, that front foot did come off the plate.
Is the front foot up in the air?
It is, but I don't know if he ever tagged him. This is where you can see the front foot up over the plate. It hits low and then pops up. Never touches there, so it's the back foot, but he doesn't have the ball in his hand.
He's got the ball in the bare hand, not the glove hand.
So the back foot actually crosses the plate, and I think this will stay as is.
Kepler looking up at the video board here. I don't know how this call would be overturned. Castro had to receive the ball somewhere in the vicinity of the left-handed batter's box and then reach back with his hands separated. Unless the ball was in contact with the glove when the tag was made with the glove, in which case that's all it needs. It doesn't need to be in the glove. Let's take another look. I don't.
Wow.
If he touched the plate, he didn't touch it with his left leg. That was in the air.
Yeah, and his right hand, the ball was in the glove, like he's protecting it the way you're taught to do, holding the ball with your bare hand, and then it comes out of his glove. So this is a tough call, and that's why it's taken a few minutes here for the guys in New York.
Again, these are synced up simultaneously.
Front foot clearly comes up. The back foot's
on that. It looks like he's out, doesn't it?
Oh boy.
But again, the glove was in contact with the leg, but where was the ball? Was it even in contact with the glove? Somebody's not going to like this. Safe, game tied. And Morrison goes to third. And Brandon Kintzler has misfired for just the second time in a save opportunity. And Paul Molitor has to make a move now. Kintzler faced 6 men, retired 2, one of them an intentional walk. Not very often where Kintzler will give up 3 hits in 1 inning, but that's what's happened here. And we are tied at 5. And Ryan Presley will try to keep us tied at 5. outs and then was able to scamper around second just ahead of the throw from Max Kepler. And as a result, we're tied at 5, and now Ryan Presley has to come in with the go-ahead run at third and 2 out. And Morrison, the runner at third, was intentionally walked in front of Souza's game-tying base hit. Souza, the runner at first. Borges making his first plate appearance of the day. Kinsler disappointed with the outcome of his 9th inning.
Well, we're closing in on 4 hours, and we're still in the top of the 9th. It's been an interesting ball game.
Down and away, ball 1. Some things in play here. One of Presley's biggest issues this year has been command of the breaking ball. It is a strikeout pitch, but it's been very wild at times. And the go-ahead run is at third. Whether that impacts their pitch calling. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Come on, Press.
One and 1 to Peter Borges. Low 2-1. All the things we've said a number of times this year and today about the Twins playing all 27 outs. Well, the Rays have done that here too. Nice comeback for Tampa Bay.
Both teams have really done a good job of battling in this ball game. Nothing's coming easy for either side.
2-2. We haven't seen Presley spin that big breaking ball yet. He's thrown a little cutter that he throws.
Well, it's a field pitch for Ryan, and Castro very aware of what he might have to do, and that's shift out and block the pitch. You got the base runner, the go-ahead run at third base, but that doesn't prevent you from throwing it. You still have to throw it.
2-2 to Borges.
You have to throw it with conviction too.
Runner at first goes. Twins don't care, and they'll watch the runner Souza take off. He'll get credit for a stolen base. Mauer was holding him. And now a full count, first base open. Tim Beckham is the on-deck hitter. Borges, the 7th batter here in the top of the 9th for the Rays. Full count to Peter Borges. And he walked him. And now they're loaded up for Beckham. In the inning, 2 strikeouts, 3 hits, 2 walks. And Beckham 1 for 4. Had a hit taken away way back in the first inning by Escobar and a smash over the third base bag, and then he did single his last time up.
Twins have been on the field for quite some time. This has been a long half inning, even though they still haven't hit around. The guy on deck, Michael Martinez, would represent the 9th hitter.
Nice block by Castro. No swing, ball 1.
But like you mentioned, Dick, some very long at bats. Dickerson and Longoria both adding to the pitch count for Brandon Kinsler.
One and 0. Strike. For most of the last 2 weeks, Beckham didn't care for the call. For most of the last 2 weeks, it's been a case for Presley of 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And you can see why Beckham was upset. Instead of it being 2-0, it's 1-1. Well, Presley had a step backward the other day. Now he's hoping to take a step forward. Swing and a miss. with Beckham chasing.
Well, the real question, the real battle here is who's going to break. Is Beckham going to chase again? Is he overly aggressive, trying to be the hero? Will Presley throw one off the plate? Will he leave it over the plate? A lot of little cat and mouse games within a game, and this game has been full of those. A lot of suspense.
Ryan Presley trying to get the Twins off the field here in a tie game. Just missed. Presley was headed towards the dugout.
Well, that one might have been a strike. We'll see what Foxcroft says. It had great movement. It was off the plate.
So now you really want to get him here. You don't want to run the count full for a handful of reasons. 2-2 to Beckham. Wouldn't chase that time, and it's a full count. And the carousel will start.
Well, I don't think Ryan Presley can afford to throw a breaking ball here. I don't think he's located anyone in the strike zone. He's gotten them to chase, but it's going to take some courage to throw one here. We saw a great result in Baltimore with Taylor Rogers after several breaking balls were missed. And does Jason Castro wanted to come back with the breaking ball?
Full count to Beckham. Got him. At 99, Presley went upstairs to get the strikeout, but the Rays get two to tie the game. If the Twins win this ball game, it will be their third walk-off win of the year. Kenny Vargas, Max Kepler, Eduardo Escobar, the batters, facing burly right-hander Tommy Hunter.
Tommy Hunter was the pitcher that came in and gave up 3 hits and 2 runs in yesterday's ball game. Ended up helping the Twins get a win there yesterday.
Vargas 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. He put the ball in play his last time up, grounding out to Martinez at second. Kepler is 0 for 4. Escobar is 0 for 4. There are 4 bench players available to the Twins: Jimenez, Adrianza, Grossman, and Sano. Inside, nearly hitting ball 1. half swing, and we've seen a lot of those from Vargas. He's been fooled quite a bit throughout the day here today. One and one. Flat foul. And it's 1-2. Vargas trying to get aboard. Then there are some options for pinch running. 1-2. Fly ball, center field. Kiermaier playing back by the warning track, has to come in quite a bit to make the catch. One away, and that'll bring up Kepler.
Ball got in on Kenny, fisted it a little bit.
And now Kepler 0 for 4 has hit the ball hard once. Back in the 4th inning. Kepler, a ground ball, a line out, a strikeout, and a fly ball. Strike one.
Looking ahead, if the Twins don't score, got Matt Belisle, Tyler Duffy, who pitched in yesterday's game, Justin Haley, the only Twins pitchers left in the bullpen. So I got to imagine Ryan Presley's going to be stretched out a little bit if they have to go into extra innings. Eddie Guardado on the left, not available for today's game.
0-2 to Kepler. Fouled off his front leg. Still 2 strikes. White Sox beat the Tigers 7-3. Indians beat the Royals 10-1. Twins trying to pick up a win here today and maintain a 3-game lead over Cleveland in the division. Another 0-2 from Hunter. Foul over the Twins dugout.
Max staying alive. All it takes is one good swing, and he's hoping that he gets a mistake pitch that he can put that good swing on. Escobar on deck. Again, the Twins have all their bench players available yet. Adrianza, Grossman, and Miguel Sano, along with Chris Jimenez, who probably won't be in this game.
Oh, 0-2. A drive to right field, very high.
Just got under it.
And on the edge of the track, or near the edge of the track, the second out. And that will bring up Escobar.
Yeah, he just misses this pitch, gets a little bit underneath it. The ball really took off high. If he would have squared this one up a little bit better, and we're talking a fraction of an inch, the difference. You got the barrel to the ball, but just a high fly ball to right.
In today's parlance, he had enough exit velocity. His launch angle was too high.
There you go.
Here's Escobar. Ball one. And there's a strike. Escobar, 3 ground ball outs and a fly ball out. He's been struggling this year from this side of the plate. Trying to get a big hit in the bottom of the 9th. Pulled foul. And it's 1-2. There is Sano. One and two. To the screen.
Good rip right there. Got quiet in here, didn't it?
Fans were on their feet during the Longoria at bat after Kiermaier struck out. And then with every foul ball, it got a little quieter. And we head to the 10th inning. Hunter with a good inning. And the Rays comeback has at least forced this game into a 10th inning. We've got a 5-5 game. Twins got 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th, but the Rays answer with 2 in the top of the 9th. It's been a very good game. It's been a very long game. And we'll see in this rubber game who can outlast the other team. Ryan Presley got the last out of the 9th. He'll be asked to get some outs here in the 10th.
Well, 21 men left on base, and that's why we're over 4 hours now as we go into the extra inning, the top of the 10th. And that doesn't matter for either one of these teams. All they want the result to be good. Twins hoping to still come back and win this thing.
Michael Martinez will lead off the 10th. In the dirt, ball 1. Presley faced 2 men in the 9th inning. He walked Borges and struck out Beckham. Now 1-0 to Martinez. In the dirt again. Presley now trying to fight back from 2-0 to get Martinez. There's a strike.
Ryan's got the good life fastball again today. He recorded that strikeout to Tim Beckham to end the top of the 9th inning. 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
On the outside corner, big call there, and it looked like it took James Hoy a little long to make it.
Well, that was a break. It might have been low. Let's see where it ends up, and it right there, close enough. The art of framing, right?
Yeah. 2-2 to Martinez. Got him. And Castro to Mauer, 1 down. We mentioned the status of the Twins bullpen. Tyler Duffy pitched 2 innings yesterday through 30 pitches, so consider him as if he's already pitched today, because there's no chance they'll bring him back today, I don't believe.
No.
Belisle and Haley are the only ones left out there.
Well, and let's not forget the American League ERA leader, Chris Jimenez.
That's true. Sorry, Chris. One down. Here's Sucre. Fouled off the mask of Castro, I believe. Back to the screen, 1 strike. There's Jimenez.
I had a nice chat with him this morning, and no question there's a lot of passion for the game of baseball with that guy.
And Presley blows 97 past Sucre.
Yeah, this is a case where Ryan is really reaching back. Again, his fastball pretty straight. That one did not have a lot of movement. Every once in a while he gets on top of a fastball and it's got some sink. But right now I think it's in a breaking ball, curveball mode right now.
A freebie here. Nobody on base.
Got him.
And the cutter, slider, second strikeout, 3rd in a row now for Presley. And so far this has been one of those steps forward for him. 2 down, and now Dickerson.
Good movement right there. Gets him to chase out of the zone after being ahead in the count.
Dickerson had that long battle with Kinchler that resulted in a single and ran up Kinchler's pitch count to the point where he couldn't finish the 9th inning, and when he left the ball game, the Rays had tied the game. 3 hits in a row for Dickerson in this game, including the 9th inning single. Foul back, got a pitch up, and seemed to have it timed pretty well.
Yeah,
Strike
another
1.
good swing. Dickerson has really been grinding these at bats. Had a good day. 3 straight hits, like you talked about way back in the 2nd inning, which seems like yesterday. He did strike out.
Twins now with 1 strike get into a pull shift in the infield. Kiermaier on deck. 1-1.
And that's how refined some of the analytics are. They've got the infield pulled, but they have the outfield is shaded towards left field.
Called off his leg.
Buxton a few steps towards the left fielder.
It's just separated by where's he hit ground balls, where's he hit line drives and fly balls.
Exactly, and that's how complex the whole analytics are. There's Jeff Pickler, who's in charge of positioning the outfielders
and sifting through all the research that's done now before a series and before a game. Dickerson getting a little chance to try to let the wound stop throbbing from the foul ball. One and 2 to Dickerson with 2 gone. In the dirt, and Castro's able to block it. Good to practice those. You never know, there might be somebody on base the next time Presley throws that pitch.
More than anything, I think you're doing something out of reaction, but you're also protecting that umpire. Umpires really get annoyed with catchers. They get lazy, and you're not going to get any close pitches if you're out there blocking the balls for them.
2-2. On the ground, Mauer will go to the bag. Good inning for Presley.
Yes, it was.
And we head to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 5. tie ball game 5-5.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Twins had some magic working. Brian Dozier places a base hit that scores Eddie Rosario. Then Jorge Polanco hits a ball deep to right field. Jason Castro scores. At the time, the Twins are up 2. Brandon Kinzer comes in, and after a couple of very long at-bats, Evan Longoria gets a base hit that ends up being a double, and Sousa Jr. goes to right. Going to be a close play at the plate with Longoria. They end up ruling him safe. That ties the ball game, and we get to play extras for free.
And now Rosario will lead off the bottom of the 10th against Hunter, then Buxton and Castro. Rosario with 2 hits and 2 walks. Trying to end the game right there. 1 strike. Good series for Rosario. And the average up to 267.
And he's been on base all 4 times. Pair of hits, pair of walks. Scored a run.
1 and 1.
Pair of runs, actually.
The walk-off hits for the Twins so far this year. Mauer's home run against the Red Sox here earlier this month, and then Polanco with a sacrifice fly a week ago. Fouled away, 1 and 2. And the Twins have a bench of Jimenez, Sano, Adrianza, and Grossman. Off the handle of the bat, foul. No activity in the Rays bullpen, so Hunter has the 10th inning. Got some precipitation to the north and west of us, I'm told.
Well, it's cooled down a little bit. Sun peeking back out as we speak.
1 and 2 to Rosario. And a foul. Showed you the hits for Rosario in the series. 5 of them, of course, the big game tying home run early in the ball game yesterday. He scored his last 2 times up. Got him. Rosario strikes out for the first out of the 10th inning. Here are the walk-offs here at Target Field this year, both of them earlier this month. Mauer with a pitch up and away out of the strike zone, and he hammered it into the bullpen. And then Polanco with a sacrifice fly. Not much Alex Gordon could do about it other than catch it. Buxton will hit. He's 1 for 3 with a sacrifice bunt. Strike 1.
Well, the pitcher is still in the sunlight, and just where his landing foot is on the mound is where the shadows are. So a hitter will see a ball that's bright and then goes into the shadows, and that's always tough, they say, on the hitter.
Buxton shows bunt for the 3rd or 4th time in this game. He actually put the ball on the ground twice. Once trying to get a base hit in the 6th. He was retired easily, and then he did lay down a sacrifice in the 2-run 8th. 1 and 1. One and 2.
And Byron pulling off that one. He's trying to pull the ball into the seats, and good breaking ball from Tommy Hunter.
And now with 2 strikes, they'll swing Martinez back over to where a second baseman would normally play. On the outside corner. 96 in a great spot, 2 down.
Yeah, he dotted the I right there.
That'll bring up Castro.
3 straight strikeouts for Tommy Hunter. This one may be his best one of all. Just absolutely pins the outside corner.
Castro with 2 hits and 2 walks. A run scored his last time up. In case you're wondering, he has 3 home runs on the year. The knuckles into the seats, 1 strike. Nice catch by the fan in the cream colored jersey.
So what you're saying is this would be a good time for number 4?
I have no problem with that at all.
I wouldn't think you did.
Matt Belisle warming up. Warmed up, perhaps. Up and in. If Castro doesn't end the game, gets on base somehow, Dozier would hit next here in the 10th inning. One and 2. Hunter's done a great job throwing strikes, getting ahead of hitters.
And he's been able to command both sides of the plate. His command very, very good today. Yesterday it wasn't the case. He left a few balls up in the zone. But today he's hitting that catcher's glove. Jose Sucre, the catcher.
One and 2. 2 and 2. Everything's final in the American League. Houston beat Baltimore. White Sox beat Detroit. Seattle beat Boston. Cleveland over Kansas City. Texas beat Toronto. And the Yankees beat Oakland. 5-5 here. 2-2 to Castro. Full count. Dozier waiting on deck.
We talked about some of the Tampa Bay Ray pitchers that take a long time in between inning, but we were talking about some of their starters. It seems like Tommy Hunter, as good as he's thrown, still taking a long time.
A pop up near the Rays dugout and out of play. Twins play tomorrow afternoon against Houston. Whenever this game ends, the Rays have to hit the road. They go to Texas. And at least they play tomorrow night in Arlington.
That must be a rally mask there for Hector Santiago, wearing a catcher's mask in the Twins dugout.
Full count to Castro. On the ground. 1 hop to Morrison. And he'll beat Castro to the bag by a step. And we head to the 11th inning, still tied at 5. Just joined us. Kyle Gibson showed some encouraging signs, I thought, in his start, but he went 5 1/3 innings. And since then, this has been an assortment of relief pitchers. And now Matt Belisle, the next relief pitcher to come in to face the Rays in the 11th.
Yeah, Belisle, Justin Haley, really the only ones left. We just talked about Tyler Duffy probably not going to be available, and that'll be the end of the Twins staff. The Tampa Bay Rays still have 4 pitchers in their pen.
And Kiermaier will lead things off in the 11th. Kiermaier on the day, a couple of doubles and 5 at bats. Kinsler struck him out for the second out of the 9th. There's a strike on the outside corner, but then after that, the Rays went double, intentional walk, single, walk, and left the bases loaded after scoring 2 in the 9th. 1 strike to Kiermaier. Longoria and Morrison will follow. Foul over the tarp, 2 strikes. This is just the 3rd extra inning game for the Twins. They have won 1 and lost 1. They are 13-7 so far this year in 1- and 2-run games. And now outside 2-2.
And that was a huge change from last year,
yes,
where they just couldn't win a 1-run game for the life of them.
I think it goes back to the bullpen, which has been pretty good. Kinsler gave up 2 today. 2-2 to Kiermaier.
Well, the downfall for Brandon Kinsler today was the fact that he had 2 real long at bats that kind of took a little out of him. Corey Dickerson and Evan Longoria, both guys came in to score in the top of the 9th inning.
Only going to miss, and Kiermaier with maybe his worst swing of the series, and I think you touched on something before. You've got the batter's eye illuminated. The pitcher now is in the shadows.
Yeah, shadows are going to be a part of this right now. And it's going to get worse in a minute because the shadows are going to move towards the pitcher's mound. You can see the shadows there by the umpire and Jason Castro.
More position players than relievers left, and again Duffy threw 30 pitches yesterday. Strike 1 to Longoria. 2 walks, 2 groundouts, and then a double into the left field corner with 2 outs in the 9th inning. His first hit of the series. And Longoria swung the bat as if he wasn't sure where that pitch was. And a breaking ball got him. And it just looks like it's the worst possible conditions for a hitter. Roy Smalley's talked about it. Now the batter's eye is brilliantly lit up. It's not black. It's kind of a slate. There's a breaking ball that near the corner. So you look out that way and your irises, I guess it's your lens, whatever, something opens up and it's tough to see anything in the shadows. 2 down. Morrison the batter.
And now Escobar's going over to the right side of the infield. You're going to have a shift on Morrison. Looks like it's clearing off again.
One 1-0 to Morrison. Back to partly cloudy. 1-0 to Morrison. Now 2-0. Two walks today for Morrison, the one in the ninth inning, an intentional walk. Belisle gets a swing and a miss.
Well, we're talking about shadows being a little bit of the factor, but right now Matt Belisle's got some pretty good stuff today. He's been locating his fastball, and he's got a good breaking ball. You see the shadows there right behind the mound, and it's like glowing in your eyes, half of the infield and the corner in parts of the infield you can barely see on the screen there.
Funny looking swing and a foul ball, strike two.
We're getting a bunch of funny looking swings right now. Part of it is fatigue.
Yeah.
Everybody's on their third at bat right now excuse me, their sixth at bat for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Rasmus out of the game. 2-2. Hammered foul. Beaten right into the ground near home plate. Most of the numbers for Belisle okay, except for the walk numbers. You saw those 11 walks, 2 of those intentional, and 15 in the third inning. But he started his outing here today with 2 strikeouts. 2-2 now to Morrison. Check swing. Nope.
We talked about it yesterday. Matt Belisle was up and throwing, never got in the game yesterday, but it's been a while since he's pitched, and to be sharp as he is right now.
Oh boy, that was close.
It was close.
Closer than I thought it was watching it up here. Third base umpires Carlos Torres. Full count with Souza on deck. Missed inside, and the Rays get a runner with 2 down in the 11th.
Third time Logan Morrison has walked, 2 naturally, 1 intentionally.
Souza's reached his last 4 times. He reached on a fielder's choice in the first, but then a walk and 3 singles, including the game tying single in the 9th inning. A good series for Souza, providing some of the best humor we've seen in the ballpark.
Oh, that's
Friday night. Mauer holding on Morrison at first. Swing and a miss. It just looks like any breaking ball at all is getting the weakest swings imaginable.
Well, especially now, look where the sun is again. It's right over the plate, so it's going to come from the shadows into the brightness here in about another 5 minutes.
Roll to Dozier. And we head to the bottom of the 11th, and Brian Dozier will lead things off as the Twins start their 6th time through the batting order. for Brian Dozier, but it sure was a big one.
Well, he went the other way with a pitch and it ends up hitting the facing up there on the scoreboard of the upper deck in right center field. And today, 8th inning again, but this time a little different pitch. His hips were gone a little bit, but he keeps his hands back and shoots the ball to right field just past Martinez at second base. So Brian Dozier has been very good late in games. And let's hope that he can get things started again for the Twins as we go to the bottom of 11 here at Target Field.
Danny Farquhar coming out of the Rays bullpen to pitch to the top of the Twins order, starting with Dozier, then Polanco, then Mauer.
Farquhar pitched an inning and a third in yesterday's game. He gave up a run and ended up picking up the loss in that game.
Down and away, ball one. Swing and a miss. Another breaking ball, another swing and a miss. 1-2. Farquhar came out of the game. Hunter came in to pitch to Dozier yesterday, and that's where, or who Dozier hit the home run against. 1-2. 2-2.
Come on.
Walks a little high for Farquhar. And now he delivers ball 3. Polanco on deck. Dozier trying to get aboard for Polanco here in the 11th. Ball 4, and Farquhar looks off in the distance, wondering where that pitch was. Close to strike 3, and instead it's ball 4.
Well, let's take another look at that last pitch. It was a down and away. Let's just see if it had enough at the plate.
Oh my.
Pitch number 401 so far in this game here at Target Field.
See if Polanco drops down a bunt here. Dozier at first, nobody out. Squaring, ball 1. And Sucre had to dig it out of the dirt. And here comes Jim Hickey. And he wants to talk not just to Farquhar, but to everybody in the infield. Twins have Jimenez, Adrianza, Grossman, and Sano. But you know, who would you pinch hit for at this point? Vargas is 0 for 5, but you know, you're trying to build players' confidence now, especially with a right-hander in the mound, the way Sano's been swinging the bat.
It all depends on the situation,
right,
too. I think Paul would not hesitate to bring Robbie Grossman in because of his on-base percentage, right, and the fact that he can grind out some bats himself. I know he's going to try to give Miguel Sano the day off, and it's been a long day.
1-0. Polanco takes high. 2-0. We mentioned Farquhar's problems. No problem with velocity. He's got plenty of that. But 22 1/3 innings, a dozen walks, now 13 with Dozier aboard. Polanco's trying to give him an out, and it's 2-0. And a strike right down the middle. Morrison at first, Longoria at third. They're crashing. They are charging hard. Longoria, one of the better throwing third basemen in the game, and Morrison's a left-handed thrower. Put down beautifully, right out of the dirt, barely out of the grass, and Dozier goes to second.
Well,
that's what you call deadening the ball.
Trying to do that bunch right there. Great job. He'll get a handshake as he comes into the dugout. And Joe Mauer has had a day.
He's got 4 hits, a single, a double, a home run, a single. He was walked once unintentionally, and I'm guessing he will be walked intentionally here. So a 4-hit game for Mauer. The average up to 285. And Mauer will be intentionally walked. So first and second. Vargas due up, and he will come up. Vargas 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts, a ground out, and a fly ball.
So you're saying he's due.
And time called for when Dozier was at first base in the 8th inning. Tried to score on a single and was thrown out at the plate. Strike 1 to Vargas.
This series we've seen several calls out at home plate.
Yeah.
A lot of runners trying to take the extra base.
Swing and a miss at 95, and Farquhar gets ahead quickly. 0-2. Kepler hitting behind Vargas. Fouled back. And contact at least.
Shadow's really tough again.
I was just thinking, how can you hit what you can't see?
Yeah, the ball's coming out of the shadows and into the sun, just out in front of home plate. So if there's any break and spin on it at all, it's going to be so hard to follow and track the baseball.
0-2. Dozier at third. Throw is not in time. Brian Dozier stealing third base. And that changes everything.
Well, it's going to have to bring the infield in for one.
And the outfield.
Yep.
The Rays took a look at it. Dozier in safely. And then taking off. Infield in. Outfield in. Count is 1-2 to Vargas. Called, third strike, 2 down. And that will bring up Kepler. Kepler 0 for 5 on the day. Right there. Good pitch.
Well, you said it before, you can't hit what you can't see. I'm not sure he recognized that pitch at all. And now it'll be up to Max Kepler, who's had a couple chances to win this one already.
Rosario's ready to celebrate. Up and away, ball 1. And now they will walk Kepler to load the bases for Escobar. And this is surprising given Farquhar's lack of command.
Escobar going back in the dugout. It's going to be Miguel Sano, which that's surprising too. I would think maybe Robbie Grossman here because he does a better job of getting on base. But it's going to be Sano. The crowd on their feet. They're excited to see this.
Sano coming to the plate here, having struck out in 8 straight at bats. Hitting for Escobar. And the fans here delirious with the pinch hitting move.
Well, this is a tough spot for any hitter to come into because of the shadows.
And now time called.
Longoria calling time, third base umpire, and they want to bring Beckham in. And now they're
swing him over. Martinez over to the pull side. Ball 1. Time called by the catcher, Sucre. It's not just this year. Farquhar's had issues with his control in the past. So the back-to-back intentional walks are 2 of them this inning. A bit surprising. He's back in the strike zone to even the count at 1-1.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Sano was taking a strike there, maybe on his own, but trying to get a feel for the shadows for no other reason, just to track a couple baseballs.
1-1 to Sano. Up and in, 2-1.
Well, he's walked the bases loaded, 1 regular walk and 2 intentional walks. And you're putting a lot of pressure on a pitcher that has had control problems to be able to control and command his pitches here when the game's on the line.
2-1 to Sano.
Oh, that's his pitch.
2-2.
Had a little giddy up, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, belt high inside corner. Sano just missed it.
Fouled back. Two and 2 to Sano. Big pop up, a foul ball. Tracked by Morrison. No play. Just out of his reach by several feet. Kevin Gorg wanted no part of that.
Gorgie's still down there. Good to see him.
Oh yeah, I'm down there like the fans. I'm on my feet. I want to see something special from the big man here, boys.
Given his range, I was wondering if that was actually Kevin Gorg or a Kevin Gorg statue.
Now that wasn't kind to our good friend.
2-2 to Sano. And Sano has struck out 9 straight times, and the Twins leave the bases loaded in the 11th. Lynx fans, their game against San Antonio will be viewable on Fox Sports North Plus and the Go app as we continue on with baseball here, moving into the 12th inning. So if you want to watch the Lynx game, it is still going to be televised, but on Fox Sports North Plus, and you can also watch it using the Go app, Fox Sports North Go. And we head to the 12th. Matt Belisle struck out two, actually walked a guy, got through the 11th, and now he will face Peter Borges to start the 12th. A little bit of a wrinkle and another swing and a miss. Beckham and Martinez will follow. Sano in the game at third base. Right off the end of the bat.
Well, if you're a pitcher and you're lucky enough to be getting up or pitching here as the game approaches 6 o'clock, and the shadows are definitely a part of this, you want to make sure that you're throwing the ball in the strike zone, because hitters are having a tough time making contact, any good contact so far. We haven't seen it since the shadows appeared, so there's got to be something to it.
Dribbled back to the mound. Easy play for Belisle. He gets rid of it quickly. One down. Go back to the pitch by pitch approach to Miguel Sano.
First pitch, fastball away, way away. Second pitch, fastball right down the middle. He's tracking it. Third one up and in. Fourth one middle in. That's his pitch. And then he fouls one off down and away. Another one over the middle of the plate. And finally, he throws it by him up in the zone. But he had many chances in that at bat. So it's a combination of Miguel not swinging it real well right now, and the shadows just didn't really pick up the baseball.
One down on the 12th, and now Beckham. A ball hit him, I believe, while he was still in the box, and it's one strike. You're asking Belisle to pitch in uncharted territory here too. He's usually a one-inning guy, and now he's asked to go a second inning.
You see, he doesn't get his foot out of the box. It comes off the plate and hits him, so it's a dead ball.
Dead ball, foul ball.
It's going to be his game for a while. I don't know how long Paul will want to stretch out Matt Belisle, but as long as this game is in this situation, it's not going to be in any other situation. Matt Belisle is going to be your guy for a while.
Yesterday's starter Adalberto Mejia was added to the roster at the expense of Adam Wilk, who was designated for assignment.
Yep.
There's nobody there.
Well, there's
not nobody, but nobody who's available.
He's got to be having fun. Who's he talking to?
Sitting with all his friends, right? On the ground, Sano can't field it cleanly, and Beckham will reach on a Sano error. And it hit the glove and rolled out. And now Michael Martinez with one man on and one man out. Seventh man that Belisle has faced. Gave up a 2-out walk in the 11th. Now a 1-out error has a man aboard here in the 12th. Runner goes. Pitch swung on and fouled, and the Twins might have gotten a break there because Beckham looked like he had a good break.
Yeah, he did. Kevin Cash trying to force the issue. They haven't had a lot of base runners in scoring position since they tied the game.
Long hold. And now throw to first. One strike to Martinez.
Hey, roll it over. Come on.
Time called. Been a long afternoon for the catchers. Castro for the Twins, Sucre for the Rays, and Sucre's the on deck batter.
Yeah, well over 400 pitches thrown. Both catchers have really gone through a tough day on their knees and trying to block pitches, calling pitches, keeping their head in the game. These are tough days for catchers.
On the outside corner. 0-2.
Well, we probably got about half of our crowd still here, but they're pulling for an out, trying to keep the spirit of Twins baseball and the excitement level here.
Oh, and 2 to Martinez. On the outside corner. 2 down.
Well, Matt Belisle picking up his 3rd strikeout, freezing Martinez outside. Might have been off the plate.
And now Jesus Sucre. Sucre, single in 5 at bats. Struck out his last 2 times up. Step off on a look over. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Belisle with his longest outing of the year.
Interesting to hear the comments from Tom Hanneman and
Timmy Laudner.
Timmy Laudner. They've been out there at the set a couple hours now. Usually customary to go out in the 8th inning and get ready for the post-game show.
2 strikes. You sure they're not at Kieran?
There's Timmy.
There they are.
Trying to keep you awake, Timmy.
They're not at Kieran's. They're at their post. We like that.
Tom, he's getting ready.
2 strikes to Sucre.
Now, if we can find Kevin Gorg, we got everybody still here.
Oh, and 2. Castro sets up outside. Got him.
Good job right there. Matt Belisle picking up his 4th strikeout over 2 innings.
Eddie Rosario will lead off the bottom of the 12th. Matt Belisle. Paul Molitor comes over to congratulate him on 2 necessary and effective innings.
Yeah, and I don't know as though he's done yet. You know, it's not one of those take it on up.
Twins started this ball game 5 hours ago.
First pitch at 1:12, and now we're 5 hours deep.
I have sharpened my pencil for the last time. Just tell me.
All right, I'll agree with that.
Rosario will lead things off. Farquhar still out there for the Rays. Bunt right back to the mound. And an easy first out. That'll bring up Buxton. Not a bad idea, just poorly executed. 1 away, and Buxton, who is 1 for 4, tried to bunt for a hit unsuccessfully in the 6th.
Yeah, you get to a point in a ball game, and we're 5 hours deep. The hitters start getting creative. They want to get off the field themselves. I mean, it's human nature. They want to somehow make this end, and sometimes that complicates the issue because you still have to grind it out. And I know Paul is still trying to encourage him to get up there and take good at bats.
Haley's got a bloody nose as he's warming up. 1 strike to Buxton, and now 2. Twins had a threat with all the walks in the 11th inning. They never did get a hit. I think their last hit was Dozier's roller through the right side of the infield in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
That's how tough it's been to see, and that might explain why Rosario tried to bunt. Swing and a foul. Now all of the issues that we have here would be relieved if we had cloud cover, but if anything, it's becoming more clear.
Yeah, it's cleared right off here, although it's getting to that point where the sun's going to start setting.
0-2 to Buxton. And he's gone on strikes, 2 down. And that'll bring up Castro. Castro's had a good day at the plate with 2 hits and 2 walks, a run scored. Farquhar survived a threat the Twins put against him, or he created himself with the leadoff walk to Dozier. Now hoping to have a quick bottom of the 12th. Off speed pitch and strike 1. Line foul, 2 strikes. And there are no shadows.
No,
so the hitting conditions should improve.
The sun has gone behind the stadium now, I believe.
Yep. Oh, and 2 to Jason Castro. Fouled back. Got a pitch up. Couldn't square it up. Farquhar shaking his head. I don't think he wanted to throw that pitch where he threw it.
Well, Jason Castro, the last hitter in this game to have his 6th plate appearance. If it goes another half inning, everybody will start round number 7.
Another 0-2 to Castro. Got him. And we head to the 13th inning. Tied at 5. the bottom of the 8th, but then the Rays answered with 2 against Brandon Kintzler. Neither team has scored in extra innings, and we head to the 13th, and Justin Haley will come into the ball game. He pitched here Friday night, pitched a scoreless 9th inning. And he faced Weeks, Norris, and Robertson. Set them down 3 up, 3 down. Here in the 13th, he'll face the top of the Rays lineup. Dickerson, Kiermaier, and Longoria.
Well, it's an important game. It may be the most important situation that Haley has pitched in this year. Even though we're in the top of the 13th, a tie game where the game's on the line.
Dickerson with 3 straight hits at one point in the game in innings 5, 7, and 9. Hit a ground ball to Mauer his last time up. And with this plate appearance, we begin our 7th trip through the batting orders. The Twins will do the same thing in the bottom of the inning with Brian Dozier's 7th plate appearance. Haley's first time in a game where the game is on the line. Did a nice job in the 9th inning. Game was still a winnable game, but you know the story, I'm sure, by now. He's a Rule 5 guy picked off from the Red Sox organization by way of the Angels and Padres. Had some arm issues in late April. On the ground, Dozier gets in front of it. 1 down. And Haley getting that big first out. That'll bring up Kiermaier.
Well, it's an important first out. Getting ahead of the count. It doesn't matter. We talked about it 5 hours ago about Kyle Gibson and the ability to get ahead in counts. He did a pretty good job of that. And here we are 5, 6 hours. I don't know how many hours. I forgot how many hours later it is. But same scenario. Haley needs to get in there and get ahead in counts.
Delivers low. Alex Colomé, their closer, getting loose. He may get the 13th whether they have a lead or not. 1-0 to Kiermaier. That's hit to center, and it'll drop in front of Buxton. So Kiermaier aboard with a 1-out single.
And Haley's going to have to pay attention over there because I'm sure Kevin Cash is going to do what he can to try to get him over. Breaking ball that stayed out over the plate. Kiermaier been a pretty good player this series. Had a great series, actually. Deposits in front of Byron Buxton. Tampa's got a base runner aboard.
He had 3 innings of futile at bats with the shadow situation, but now no shadows, and Kiermaier aboard with a single. Here's Longoria. Popped up, foul, and out of play. Longoria battled Kintzler. Eventually got a 2-out RBI game-tying double back in the 9th. He was called out on strikes in the 11th. One strike. Haley to Longoria. And we see that so often from Haley. It's 89 miles per hour, but hitters are late on it because of the deceptive delivery.
Yeah, he's very deliberate. He doesn't rush. He keeps his timing and his cadence very slow, and then he throws across his body, which is something hitters don't see every day for a guy as tall as he is.
Time called. Kiermaier is 9 for 13 in stolen bases this year. Lifted to right. Kepler over and out number 2. Haley does not have a major league decision. He'd like to pick up his first major league win.
Well, he needs one more out for the Twins to have a chance to do that. We're in the top of the 13th.
Logan Morrison will bat with a runner at first and 2 down. Kinsler missing a save opportunity for just the second time this year. I think there's a decent chance Kiermaier takes off here.
I got a question for you, Dick.
Yeah.
Eddie Guardado seems like he's the lone ranger down the bullpen. I don't even think Tyler Duffy's down there. Is he down there in case Paul has to take one of his bench players to go out in the pen to warm up?
Yeah.
There's our bullpen right there, and Eddie all by himself.
Yeah, in case Jimenez, if we play another couple innings and the Twins don't want to disrupt their rotation.
Well, I just got a note that this is the longest game in the history of Target Field so far. So every tick of the clock is going to set a new record.
Kevin Cash, when he was a player, was a catcher. And so I'm guessing here on this pitch he's going to ask Kiermaier to try to steal a base, knowing this has got to be the longest day a game at Target Field, but particularly long for Castro, the catcher.
Yeah, it surpassed back on May 1st, 2014 versus the Dodgers. That game lasted 5 hours and 11 minutes.
Okay.
So this is we're in the books.
We got that going for us. 1-1 to Logan Morrison. Kind of a false start by Kiermaier, but he didn't go, and it's 2-1. Of course, on the flip side, Kiermaier's played 12 innings too, so maybe his legs aren't quite as fresh as he would like. Dozier stole third.
Well, it's
a couple innings ago.
Not anywhere close to being one of the longest games in baseball, but by inning wise it's getting up there. I mean, it's taken a long time to play.
There goes Kiermaier, and the pitch lifted foul. 2-2, and he did take off on the 2-1 pitch.
You know, I rarely have any sympathy for umpires, but the guys out there today, they've been standing, especially first, second, and third. Carlos Torres, Chris Guggione, and Dana DeMuth.
What about the umpire that's in an umpire's crouch for 5 hours? You don't have any sympathy?
He's moving. He's getting a little exercise. I guarantee you his back's not as sore as the guy standing there all day long.
2-2 from Haley to Morrison. And he stepped off, so it's not a balk. Now the 2-2 to Morrison. Kiermaier does not go, and it's inside 3-2. Souza on deck.
Now Haley just does not want to get Kiermaier into scoring position here. He needs to throw a strike.
Bauer's not even holding him. He'll play behind the runner with a left-handed batter up. And now the 3-2. Loop to left, a base hit. Kiermaier will hold up at second base. And that'll get Souza a chance with the go-ahead run in scoring position. 2 hits here in the 13th against Haley.
Good hitting right there. Logan Morrison gets a ball up, but he fists it and drives it the other way. He had a pull shift on, and he goes the opposite field.
Souza with 3 singles, a walk. He was retired on a ground ball to Dozier his last time up. And Castro going to the mound. He's caught everybody in the Twins bullpen except Tyler Duffy and Kyle Gibson, the starter.
I wonder if Irvin Santana has already been at home, got the barbecue half gone. He's pitching tomorrow, and I think he's going to have to go deep into the game.
Strike one.
There's Irv. He's still hanging out.
Souza with a look back at the home plate umpire because that pitch was nowhere close to being a strike.
Well, it's good to see that James Hoy's getting with the spirit of things too.
And you're Souza and you're going, okay, well, that's closer than the last one. I better swing at it. Well, again, it's, to me, I feel more for the home plate umpire because they got to focus on every pitch. And
it's true.
Been out there for over 5 hours, and it's 0-2. Haley trying to put up a 0 in the top of the 13th inning. One and two. It has been a battle. Twins have committed a couple of errors. So have the Rays. Kepler with an error in right. Sano with an error at third. 1 and 2 to Souza. And now 3 and 2. And Borges is on deck.
Souza really has had a good at bat here. This ball clearly off the plate again. And that's why I agree with Joe Brinkman about framing. Jason Castro tried to bring that ball back in, but it ain't going to work.
Full count, excuse me, 2-2 the count with 2 men on and 2 out. And time called. So yeah, Haley's got 1 pitch to burn here. Castro's going to chat with him about it, but well, you don't want to run the count full here. You've got a runner, Kiermaier, at second, who runs well to begin with. The last thing the Twins need is to give him a walking lead at second base.
And that's one of the reasons Jason's out there, is make sure you maybe do a double look at second base, or pause, or change the cadence a little bit for that base runner.
Two and 2. Got him looking, and Souza can't believe it.
It's right there, wasn't it?
It looked like it was 6 inches outside. Brian Dozier will lead off the bottom of the 13th. 3 was called. Strike 3.
Went right through the strike zone.
Well, Brian Dozier will lead things off. Here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
New pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. It'll be their closer, Alex Colomé. You can see his 23rd game. Strikeout to walk ratio very good. 22 1/3 innings pitched. And a very respectable 2.01 ERA.
Dozier struck out his first 2 times up. Then he reached on an error. Then he was intentionally walked. He got a single, and then he was walked. Ended up at third base. Brandon Kinsler with the rally cap. Matt Belisle.
Craig Breslow. The whole dugout.
Outside, ball 1. Dozier, Polanco, Mauer. Bench players available. Jimenez. It's not going to happen. Adrianza and Grossman are on the bench as well. Pulled foul. Did you ever, you're a starter your entire life, but did you ever have to put the spikes on and head down to the bullpen and pitch out of a relief in a game like this?
Never. You know, I was in the bullpen my first and second years in the big leagues, and once I went into the rotation, I was never in the bullpen again.
Yeah. Swing and a foul, 1-2. I'm guessing it would be Hector Santiago's day to pitch a bullpen today, but that's already occurred.
Yeah, and it's getting to be that real tough time for a manager. You know, Paul especially. How long will he let Haley go? He's going to have to go another inning or 2, I imagine. But this game, you know, we've seen games go a lot longer than where we're at right here. And then what?
In Haley's case, the Twins have tried to be protective of his arm since he's already had an arm injury.
I mean, at the pace of this, I suppose we could get a flight from Rochester.
2-2 to Dozier. Trying to get aboard here in the 13th. Popped up, back, and out of play. The Twins don't have a hit since Dozier's single in the 8th inning, and that was a 4-hopper through the right side of the infield that put the Twins in front. I beg your pardon, Mauer got a base hit later that inning.
Yeah, that was where Dozier was.
High fly to right field, and Souza drifting to the edge of the track for the catch, 1 away. Having seen him go out that way yesterday, that ball looked like it might travel farther than it did. 1 down.
Well, there's the Tampa Bay Rays lineup card, and you can see they don't have a lot of players left either. Novardo, who pitched yesterday, the hard-throwing left-hander, the only other Tampa Bay Ray pitcher in the bullpen. They got a couple guys on the bench, but Derek Norris, just like Chris Jimenez, both managers very hesitant to bring in their backup catcher in case of injury.
On the outside corner to Polanco. Alvarado threw 19 pitches in the ball game yesterday. Polanco with a single, a sacrifice bunt, and a sacrifice fly. That's to left center. And coming in to make the catch is Borges, out number 2. Well, Joe Mauer's got 4 hits and 2 walks today. His home run in the 7th inning tied the game. He was intentionally walked in the 11th. Twins would like to put somebody on base here, even if they don't score, to make Colomé throw enough pitches to perhaps come out of the ball game if there's a 14th inning. They don't score, there will be strike one.
Yeah, managers are pretty protective of their closer, and they don't want to work the pitch count. He's only thrown 9 pitches this half inning. You get him up around 15 to 20, and it's a different scenario. 9 pitches, a manager in this game, this kind of situation, might say go ahead and throw another inning, but you don't want him much more over 20.
Pitch in the dirt took a bite out of Sucre. Long afternoon for him to begin with. 1-1 to Mauer. Up and away, 2-1. Three and 1. Vargas on deck.
Well, Joe still working the count, still having a quality at bat.
His 7th plate appearance. He's reached in the other 6. Four hits and 3 walks. Been a real good day for Joe Mauer's on base percentage. And Vargas will have a chance.
Well, Vargas, 6 plate appearances. He's struck out 4 times. He's grounded out to second base, and he's flown out to right field.
And Vargas will hit with Mauer aboard and 2 down. And of all the players on the field for each team, I would think the designated hitter would be the player least impacted by the length of the game and the plate appearances. This is just more batting practice for Vargas. He hasn't played in the field.
Yeah, he's got a little time in between innings to sit on the bench and move around, go up into the batting cage if he needs to.
1 strike to Vargas. Towering pop-up. And Morrison will wait a long time before making the catch. And we head to the 14th inning, tied at 5. who are still here enjoying the fact that we're going to the 14th inning. And Justin Haley will go out there to pitch for the Twins.
Let me take you back in time when you were in small town Minnesota and growing up a Twins fan. Are these kind of games you'd like to attend if you were?
Well, yeah, I guess I'll relate that question to the debate about should we put a limit on extra inning games, and Board just leading things off. There's ball one. And should the major leagues do what they do in the WBC, start with runners at first and second in an inning? And I've never quite understood that argument. I mean, basically, this game, the outcome of this game, as long as it is, every pitch matters. Here's a drive to right, and Kepler might have had to deal with the sun, which has magically reappeared, but he made the catch one away. To me, these are the most exciting times in a game.
Well, I don't know how exciting they are, but I do agree with you in the fact that it's the only sport that doesn't have a clock, and that's what makes baseball unique. We just never know until the final out is recorded. You're going to keep playing.
Here's Beckham with one quick out. Haley was on the disabled list this year with right biceps tendonitis. Before that, he was a multi-inning guy. His outings typically would run 3 1/3, 3 2/3. Well, then the arm problems came up. And since then, the Twins have tried to protect him physically, just not wanting to push the issue. But they can't do that here. He's already pitched 1 inning. He faced 5 batters, and he's the last line of defense out there in the bullpen. And now missing 2-0.
Yeah, that's just it. He's in a kind of a pickle right now. Paul Molitor is, and how many pitches he's going to let Haley pitch before. You know, what do they do next? I mean, Chris Jimenez probably throw an inning if he had to.
Remember, I believe it was 2 years ago, the Orioles had a game at home, and Chris Davis was pressed into service on the mound, their first baseman, and he ended up getting the win, I think in like 15 innings or something like that. 2-1. 2-2. Well, Haley's done his part. He gave up a couple of singles, but got a big strikeout of Souza, albeit a called third strike that Souza didn't think was a strike. 24 pitches, 14 strikes. Tyler Duffy's at least out in the bullpen right now. Foul back.
Well, that's a sign that I'm sure came from Neil Allen and Paul Molitor's decision, saying, hey, Duff, you might have to go out and pitch an inning or two today. You know, he had been on the bench the whole game, and now he's out there in the bullpen, so that might be an answer to who's next.
Again, under the assumption that Hector Santiago threw his bullpen today, and that eliminates him as a starter who would go out to the bullpen. Well, then you're left with the next guy in line, and that would be Mejia, and he pitched yesterday, so he's out of the mix. Picking's pretty thin for both teams. That hit the mound and goes right to Dozier, who had to look right into the sun to make that catch. I believe that was a much tougher play than it might have appeared, because it hit the mound, bounced up into the air, and whatever cloud cover we had is gone, and Dozier had to squint into the sun. 2 down.
Yeah, there just hasn't seemed to be anything easy since about the 7th inning in this game. We thought the sun had gone behind the stadium, but apparently it's still above the stadium, because you still see shadows center field, and they're right across shortstop, second base.
Michael Martinez takes outside, ball 1. Been a long day for Martinez. Well, it's been a long day for everybody, but he's 0 for 6. Everybody else who's hit in front of him has at least 1 hit today. Half swing. And ball 2. when you're a part-time player, as Martinez is, really can't afford to have an 0 for 7. And Haley in danger of losing him to a walk. Martinez came into the game with just 20 at-bats on the season, just 9 of them for the Rays. With the Indians earlier this year. 3-0 on the outside corner. In his so far 0 for 6 day, he has struck out 3 times. Hit a little number in front of the plate in the middle innings. And his speed's aboard with 2 down. Now Haley, who's trying to finish up his 2nd inning of work when he recently has been just a 1-inning guy, will have to pay some attention to Martinez at first.
Yeah, facing the number 9 hitter, Jesus Sucre. And I'm sure he would love to get out of this inning, and if it's going extras and if he's still out there, Tyler Duffy would probably be starting the top half.
Sucre is 1 for 6, but he struck out the last 3 times up. Missing ball 1. All the other games that started this afternoon have been completed. There's one night game, the Mets at Pittsburgh. They'll get started in about 15-20 minutes. One and 0 to Sucre. Swing and a miss. One and 1 to the Rays catcher, and a lob to first. Martinez has hardly played. He's tried 1 stolen base. That was back in his Cleveland days, and he was thrown out. Up the middle and a base hit. Martinez will go to second and hold up there. Sucre just rolled one right up the middle for a base hit, and that'll roll the lineup around, and Corey Dickerson will come up for his 8th plate appearance.
Well, he got the bat on the ball, inside out swing, shot it up the middle, gets by all defenders.
And now Dickerson has had a good series and a good game. He's got 3 singles. And Hector Santiago. We went back to get some spikes on. Pitch very high. Nice catch by Castro. And Haley just simply might be running out of gas. He's gone through the lineup 1 time. He's gotten 5 outs.
Well, that's just it. You know, you go back, Brandon Kinsler, you know, he threw a lot of pitches, and Presley inning and 3rd, Belisle 2 innings. So these guys are all kind of where they would all require a day off.
You know, 2-0. Tyler Duffy getting loose. Having thrown 30 pitches yesterday. High fly to right field. Kepler Mauer in foul ground. Mauer can't make the play, just over the short wall. And it's 2-1. And Dickerson will have new life in this at bat. We've seen Joe make that play. Tough tracking that ball. And it looked like it was just a row or so over the wall.
Yeah, there were two players converging over there, and going to be a tough play for either one of them.
2-1 to Dickerson. There's a fastball and a good one on the outside corner.
I just want to point out what Max Kepler had to do. He's running in here and he's going to go right into the sun all of a sudden from the shadows, and boom, spotlight in your eyes. So if anybody was going to make that play, it was probably going to be Joe Mauer at first base.
Rays have a threat with a 2-out walk and a 2-out single. Now 2-2 to Dickerson. Up the middle, a base hit. Buxton charges. Here comes a runner around third. Martinez to the plate, and the throw hits the mound and bounds beyond home plate. And the Rays take a lead with a walk and 2 singles after the second out.
He's got to score right away.
Martinez, who drew the walk, and now the runner at second, Sucre, drawing some attention from Kevin Cash and the Rays trainer. Guy's been in a crouch for over 5 hours, and you can imagine hamstrings and everything else getting a little tight for catchers this late in the day.
Well, here's the pitch, and it's a fastball right over the middle of the plate. Dickerson's having a pretty good day at the plate. Hits it right back up the middle. Buxton coming up throwing, but it hits the mound and ricochets. Martinez runs well, and more than likely was going to score anyway.
Seen better throws from Buxton, but in that instance, I don't think it would have made any difference.
And then Paul's going to come out and get Haley. He's concerned about pitch count for him, 40 pitches. And Tyler Duffy will be the next Twins pitcher.
So the Rays take the lead in the top of the 14th inning, and Tyler Duffy will try to keep this a 1-run game. Now leading in the 14th.
Well, just to see if you've all been paying attention to this game, we're going to let you try to remember when and how all these runs were scored.
Mauer, part of a game where he has 4 hits and 3 walks.
Corey Dickerson having a heck of a game. He's got 4 hits in this ball game.
Tyler Duffy in to pitch to Kiermaier. And grounded foul, 1 strike. Well, the Rays work the lead out. Duffy, the hope was, would not be needed here today after throwing 30 pitches yesterday. It's been a good part of our game open talking about the bullpen and how remarkably rested they were with 2 doubleheaders last week. Starters by and large have done a good job, now fouled away the other way. And so we no sooner talk about that in the open, and the Twins have run through everybody they had available today and then some.
Well, Tyler Duffy, the 15th pitcher used in this ball game, and it's been pretty even. Alex Cobb in bullpen for Tampa Bay and Kyle Gibson in bullpen for the Minnesota Twins.
0-2 to Kiermaier. Fouled right over the head of Longoria. Twins hope to come back and win this game, but when it ever ends, you'd have to wonder whether one or both teams might not have to make a roster move. Each team has a game tomorrow. Twins have their ace Irvin Santana going tomorrow. 2 strikes. Fastball off the plate.
These are not the ones that you ever can plan ahead for, that's for sure. Irvin Santana, who will be tomorrow's starter for the Twins, still supporting his teammates in the dugout.
Squirted off the end of the bat. Sucre at second. There was some medical issue with him. He remained in the game. One and 2. Got him. Duffy comes in and gets the 3rd out, but before 3rd out, an RBI single by Dickerson, and the Rays have the lead. Sano and Rosario against Alex Colomé. And the Twins hope that there's some good at bats in this half inning. It was after the 2nd out, before the 3rd out, that the Rays were able to put together 3 good plate appearances to get the go-ahead run. Kepler is 0 for 5. He was intentionally walked in the 11th inning to fill the bases. And then Sano pinch hit for Escobar and struck out Kepler's hit one ball hard. That was way back in the 4th inning. Chopper foul.
It's been a game like a heavyweight fight. It's just both teams still standing, maybe staggering a little bit, but it wouldn't shock me one bit if the Twins could generate another run here. They've been doing what they can to try to win this, and now they find themselves where they have to battle back in again.
That's lifted to center. Kiermaier with a long run. He's still coming in, and he drops the ball. He got there and didn't catch it, and Kepler is aboard.
Kiermaier's first step was back, and I don't know, he's in the shadows. Then he has to run into the sun. He realizes that he's going to make a basket catch, and that's a dangerous catch. You can barely see him, but he's out there in center, and right when he comes in to the edge of the shadows, he drops his hands while he's running. That's a dangerous catch. You always want to try to catch it overhand.
Yep.
And it hits the heel of his glove and bounces out.
That is his 5th error of the season. And it cracks the door open for the Twins and Miguel Sano, who has struck out 9 straight times. Going back to the finale in Baltimore on Wednesday. Oh my. And you can see he's toned down his swing because of that. A vicious cut. Look at the torque on this swing. One strike. Kepler chased back. Not with Sano at the plate. I don't think the Twins would ever think of sending Kepler here.
No, and he's not a guy that's going to bunt the runner over. No. He's up there to hit a ball hard.
Kepler is 3 out of 4 in stolen bases. Half swing, did he go? Yep, and it's 0-2. Now with 2 strikes, Martinez will shuffle back to the right side of the infield.
Well, this is where Miguel Sano was so much trouble a year ago. In those half swings, those check swings, bat crosses the plate.
0-2 to Sano. Rosario on deck. Nice block by Sucre, who has to work his way around Sano to keep Kepler from advancing. Difference, of course, here in the 14th inning. While the Twins had a Rule 5 pitcher out there to start the inning, at least, the Rays have their veteran closer Colome pitching in his 2nd inning of the day. Santiago's down in the bullpen next. 1-2 to Sano. Half swing. This time it looked like he checked, and it's 2-2.
Oh, Sucre did not even ask the umpire.
Sano, of course, leading the world in strikeouts, but he does lead this team in walks as well. 2-2. Toward the hole, through for a base hit. Kepler to second, and Sano delivers a hit, making contact. And now Rosario looking in the dugout to find out what the manager wants him to do with 1st and 2nd and nobody out.
Well, Miguel Sano did his job. He got Kepler over to second base in scoring position. Didn't try to kill that last pitch, and he finds a hole on the left side. And now it's going to be the managers taking over.
Rosario in the box, Grossman in the on deck circle. He will hit for Buxton. And And we'll see whether the Twins ask Rosario to drop down a bunt. He tried to bunt for a hit leading off the 12th.
Well, how huge would it be to get Sano at second base, Kepler at third right here, nobody out. He'd have to go ahead run at second.
There's a bunt.
That should do it.
Longoria plays it. And the sacrifice gets the tying run 90 feet away. And Sano the go-ahead run. Nice bunt by Rosario.
Now that's getting the job done right there. Eddie will get a handshake as he comes into the dugout.
And now Grossman will hit for Buxton. Buxton had gone 1 for 5, but he struck out his last 2 times up. Grossman 0 for 4 as a pinch hitter this year. Now one of the top on base percentages, and the Rays will bring the infield in here, leading by a run. And we see whether the Twins will have Adrianza. They will send Adrianza out there to run for Sano. So now everybody but Jimenez, the backup catcher, has been used off the bench. Everybody in the bullpen has been used. So Sano delivering a single, advancing to second on the sacrifice, and here we go. Liner to left, base hit. Kepler scores, and we are tied. Robbie Grossman, one of the most patient hitters in the American League, and he jumped on the first pitch and delivered the game-tying single.
Well, good for Robbie Grossman. It's only been 6 hours since this game started, and he gets to come in after a doubleheader. In the first pitch he sees, base hit to left. Adrianza had to settle down, not going to round third base too aggressively. He's looking at Gene Glenn to see if Gino's going to send him, and he does the right thing. He's got to stop him at third base.
Infield in, outfield in. Castro at the plate for his 7th plate appearance. 2 singles and 2 walks.
This inning started with an error by the center fielder.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's how Kepler scored.
Big swing and a miss by Castro. Got a pitch up, and Castro, big swing, just wanting to lift one to right field.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a fly ball to the outfield. He's going to Adrianza's going to score as we turn to 6 hours.
1 strike to Castro. Grossman takes off, now second and third. Well, if you believe that we have been here long enough, let me channel late October 1991. And Castro's trying to do what Gene Larkin did. Adrianza, the winning run at third, 1 away. Only this time it's Colomé in a jam.
You got to make contact here. That's the one thing. There's no double play situation really.
And now Castro with 2 strikes.
Make contact. The infielders field it. It's going to be a play at the plate because Adrianza's going on contact at third base.
One and 2 to Jason Castro. And That'll make his long day even longer.
Catchers, they get abused, and then you 6 hours later get one off the top of your foot. And he's got a pad there, but it hits right on the end of his toe.
We've told you and shown you the 2 walk-off plate appearances for the Twins. The most recent one, a sacrifice fly, and the Twins will take that from Castro here. Borges is in left, Kiermaier's in center, Souza's in right, and they're all drawn in with only 1 out.
Yeah,
it was Polanco a few weeks or last Sunday, in fact.
Kiermaier in center field looking right into the sun. And the sun's in the eyes of the right fielder, Steven Souza.
1 and 2 to Jason Castro. We're talking about Haley trying to pitch a 2nd inning when he's really been a 1-inning guy. So too Colomé. He's about to throw his 30th pitch over 2 innings. Santiago readying for a 15th. Three and 2. Dozier on deck. Castro's already drawn 2 walks today. Three and 2 to Castro. Got him. Looking. 2 down. And that'll leave it to Dozier with Polanco on deck and the base open. Big strikeout for Alex Colomé.
Well, we get to see what Foxtracks thinks of it off the plate, but we've seen quite a few.
Well, Dozier draws an intentional walk. So they're loaded up now for Polanco. Polanco with 1 hit, 1 sacrifice fly, and 1 sacrifice bunt. He delivered the last walk-off at bat for the Twins with his sacrifice fly last weekend. Dozier's been intentionally walked twice today to get to Polanco in similar situations. The first time was back in the 6th.
What a baseball game.
Line foul over the dugout of the Rays. In that 6th inning, after Dozier was walked to fill the bases, Polanco hit one to center field, and Kiermaier streaked in to make the catch. Oh and 1. 0 and 2. An error, a pair of singles sandwiched around a sacrifice. Big strikeout of Castro. Of course, the infield and outfield back at normal depth now after the 2nd out. Oh and 2 to Jorge Polanco. Polanco in an 0-2 hole. 1 and 2.
Well, he lays off the ball in the dirt. Jorge has good bat control. He just needs to have that mistake pitch left up so that he can do something with it, try to sneak it through the infield. Or like you said earlier, find some outfield grass.
One of the toughest hitters in the league to strike out. Trying to battle back from 0-2. Popped up. And Kiermaier will have another chance. The Twins get one, and we go to the 15th inning. Kiermaier started the inning by committing an error, and then Grossman tied it with a single, and we're tied at 6. Men left on base, 17 apiece, and Hector Santiago making a relief appearance because everyone else has been used. And the Twins out in the field look a little bit differently now. Kepler moving to center, Buxton's out, Sano's out, Adrian's is in at third. First pitch tap foul, 1 strike to Evan Longoria. It was Longoria's fault that we got past the 9th inning, so blame him. An RBI double and a run scored. Remember the replay that the Twins used to try to get the call overturned. He scored the tying run in the top of the 9th. That's hit to well to left field, going back. Rosario, and Longoria hits a home run to put the Rays back in front.
Well, it seems like this guy can never come to Target Field in any series and not get a home run. He finally gets a chance. His 7th at bat, 8th at bat.
Pitch down and away from him, and he hooked it into the seats. And the Rays are back in front, 7-6. And now Logan Morrison. There goes a blast to right center field, and that one's not coming back. Back-to-back home runs, and 3 pitches into his outing, Santiago's given up 2 runs.
Twins pitching staff, the entire staff, has held or contained them within the ballpark until this 15th inning. And then back-to-back home runs, 2 of the power hitters.
almost up over the walkway area there in right field. And now Steven Souza Jr. Ball one. Souza with 3 hits and a walk sometime earlier today. 2-0. Again, it'll be, I'm sure, a question that will be asked. Jimenez getting stretched out there with Santiago trying to fill an unusual role for him. But this would have been a day where this morning Santiago threw his bullpen section.
And I bet he did. Unless they told him not to, he might have already done that today. He had to get up and throw, and now I'm sure if he gets too high a pitch count after the 2 home runs, Paul will have to go to Chris Jimenez. He does not want to tag Santiago.
Santiago's supposed to pitch for the Twins on Wednesday. And that would be my guess too, that he pitched his bullpen session before the game and then raised his hand, said, yeah, I'll go. There's a big fly to left field. Rosario coming in. 1 away. And that'll bring up Borges. And now Borges will hit. He is 1. No, he entered the game. He's 0 for 2, I believe. One strike.
Erasmo Ramirez up and throwing in the bullpen.
Yeah. He's
for Tampa.
Might be asked to come out of the Tampa Bay rotation to do what Santiago's trying to do. And I don't know whether Ramirez had a bullpen earlier today. Two strikes to Borges. Beckham will hit next. And a strikeout for out number 2. The Twins will send up Mauer, Vargas, and Kepler, and then Adrianza, they hope, in the bottom of this inning, down by at least 2 runs. Yeah, look at that expression. That's the team that's leading. It's been a marathon. In the dirt, ball 1. Fouled back, 1-1. And we have a fan on the field. And we will have a delay, just what everyone needs. And aggressively being taken off the field through the bullpen door. So thankfully the delay not more than a few moments. Hooked down the line and foul. Well, if what we believe to be true is in fact true, tip of the cap to Hector Santiago, who very likely, I think, pitched his bullpen and then hours later thought he'd give it a try here.
Well, and I'm sure they didn't just go up and ask him. I'm sure he went up and said, hey, Neil, I can give you an inning or 2 if you need me.
inside, and it's 2-2. Kinsler had a save opportunity. Gibson started the game. Twins have been trying to come from behind all game long, it seems, and they've got more coming back to do here. Hope foul. Seventeenth pitch for Santiago. Inning started with back-to-back home runs on consecutive pitches off the bats of Longoria and Morrison. Now 3-2. It's interesting. You saw Jimenez getting loose in the dugout, but I mean, there's no concession here to a position player coming in. Jimenez very likely went in the tunnel to the batting cage to get loose, but he hasn't been out in the bullpen. So if they do make a move, he'll get his 8 pitches and 8 pitches only to warm up. Pulled foul.
Shirley Montoyo, the third base coach, having to dodge that rocket.
There's Charlie.
He's pretty happy too.
And his team is leading.
Yeah, that's the team with 2 runs on the board.
And again, the Twins at least have the benefit after this game, whenever it ends and whoever wins. They're playing at home tomorrow at 1 o'clock against Houston. The Rays, whenever this game ends and whoever wins, they've got to hop on a plane. They've got a 2-hour flight down to Arlington, Texas. I can't imagine the cramping that might go on after playing for 7 hours and sitting on a plane for 2 hours. We'll see whether this forces the hand for Paul Molitor here. Beckham draws a walk. And it looks like they're going to give Santiago at least one more hitter here. And it's Michael Martinez. Martinez drew a 2-out walk against Haley last inning. And then 2 singles followed, and the Rays had a brief lead. Off the end of the bat, and Santiago will field it and tag Martinez. That ends the inning. But on back-to-back pitches, the Rays go deep. Longoria to left, Morrison to right. The Rays have a 2-run lead. Interesting, way back in the 8th inning.
Well, Brian Dozier sneaks the ball past Martinez at second base. Eddie Rosario scores. Then Polanco hits a ball that Kiermaier made a great catch on. That was enough to plate Castro. Kinsler comes in, tries to save the game, and Tampa comes right back and scores a couple runs off of Kinsler. Souza right there getting the base hit to right. Close play at home. They rule Longoria safe. That ties the game and extends the game. And Justin Haley giving up a base hit. A play at the plate again. This time Martinez dives in with the go-ahead run. Robbie Grossman comes in and he scores. What inning was that? About the 14th inning. Bottom of 14, and then back-to-back home runs here in the top of the 15th by Morrison and Longoria. And right now the Rays lead 8-6, 2-run lead. And another starting pitcher, Erasmo Ramirez, is going to pitch the bottom of the 15th.
Strike one on the outside corner. The Twins would love to get their leadoff man on, and they've got the right guy up. Mauer's already reached 7 times today. Ramirez in the rotation now. Calzo has also pitched out of the bullpen. 1-1. Mauer with single in the first, double in the third, drew a walk in the 5th, homered in the 7th, singled in the 8th, intentionally walked in the 11th, and then walked in the 13th. Now 1-2. Mauer trying to get a board for Vargas on deck, and then Kepler. And Mauer strikes out. He's retired for the first time today. And now Vargas. Vargas hitless in the ball game, 0 for 7. He has struck out 4 times. Chopper to second, and a chest high hop for Martinez, 2 down. And that'll bring up Kepler, trying to keep the game alive for Adrianza, who pinch ran for Sano. Kepler hit the ball to center field. Kiermaier raced in and then dropped it, and Kepler reached on an error, leading off the 14th inning. Outside, ball 1. Two and 0. Ramirez was supposed to start tomorrow for the Rays down in Texas against the Rangers. They will have to juggle their plans. The Twins weren't about to do that with Irvin Santana. This will be the 550th pitch of this game, and James Hoy has had to call all of them. 2-1. Now 2-2. So Ramirez, who was supposed to start tomorrow, instead is hoping to get a save today.
Yeah, and Colomé, who's the closer, would get the win.
That's looped foul down the left field line, and Kepler might need a new bat. Nope, I guess he's okay. It has been a long, long day of baseball, and Kepler trying to prolong it. battling. Six and a half hours after this game started. And that ends it. The Rays persevere and end up winning the series, winning the final game of the series in 15 innings.
Well, it was a marathon, and both teams, in a way, grateful. 6-hour and 26-minute game, longest game ever here at Target Field.
Tom Hanneman, a long, exhausting day at the ballpark. Twins were in great shape to win the series, but it turns out the Rays end up winning.
Dick, the Twins had hoped to catch some rays on a sunny day at Target Field. Instead, they get burned in a 15-inning loss. Up next on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink. We'll break it all down. Hear from Paul Molitor and preview tomorrow's game.